Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, of course, and YouTube, and also 97.3 HD2. So all the good ways you can find us. Good to be back with you guys. Of course, I missed you dearly. It was all I did was pine for all of you and just think about you nonstop.
You were having fun in Vegas.
God, I really was. It was so great. I love that city, man. I love that city. Heather had a good point. So it was just me and Heather in Vegas, and she had a good point. Like, if you think you don't like Vegas, it's probably because you haven't found the right thing to do in Vegas. Like, she describes it as a choose-your-own-adventure city. Like, whatever it is that you like, you can probably find it in Vegas. Oh, you want to do, like, spa trip and get massages? Yeah, you can do that. You want to stay at a really nice hotel? Yeah, and like, just do hotels? Yeah, you can do that. You want to go gamble the whole time? Yeah. You want to get hammered? Yeah, you can do that. You want to, go, like, whatever it is.
In my younger years, it was pool and go dancing at the clubs.
We certainly did a lot of pool. We did not do a tremendous amount of dancing, but we did do 3 great days at the pool, which was awesome. It's just, I love Vegas, man. It's just such a cool city. And I love the food there. I love that they're taking the whole speakeasy concept to the next level. They're super into the, like, I know this whole modern speakeasy thing. I'm putting air quotes on it, where it's like you have to know where to go, but they tell you where to go, right? So it's not like the original speakeasy. It doesn't quite count when it's being advertised, but like, there's one at the Cosmopolitan called Ghost Donkey, where you have to, like, go behind a chicken shack and press a button, and then you go, like, it's awesome. Like, I love that whole concept, and Vegas does it well. It's like a designer's paradise for restaurants and spaces and all that. So I loved it. Had a great time. I said I was going to throw down a couple bets, and I did. I said I liked the Commanders to win the Super Bowl, and I did that. 20-1. It's a shot in the dark, but we'll see what happens. I was looking at the Seahawks over/under. I'll go over it with Brock later, but 8.5. Like, I couldn't not just take the over there. I couldn't not do it. I didn't put a lot of money on it, but, like, the Seahawks are going to win 9 games, right? I mean, just with their defense. I'm not saying they're great. I wasn't going to put money on them to win the Super Bowl, but they're gonna like win 8 or 9. They're gonna win 9 games. I would think a team like that can win 8 in their sleep, especially because they didn't really, like, play that many teams this year. A lot of young quarterbacks. So I got to assume that they get to 9 and threw that down. And then, just for fun, Mariners to win the World Series, just in case it goes down. Now, yesterday was probably not right after I made that bet. They laid a gigantic egg and just got beat in the rubber match. So it ends up being, what, a 500 road trip or 500 homestand? You win 3, you lose 3. 500 homestand. Was it good enough? Lyle, this was your big stretch. They've played 12 games, right? Got swept, win 2 out of 3, lose 2 out of 3. I mean, everything has just mirrored itself, right? What'd you learn? Are they good? Did it change? Are you feeling better? Before this, the road trip, before this 12-game stretch, you were, panicked. Panic watch. They've played 12 games since. What do we think?
Not much has changed.
You still panicked.
I basically said this coming away from it. The Mariners did not tank their season over the course of this stretch, which is important. And yeah, did I have a little bit of worry that they could go something like 3-9 in this stretch? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would also say they were an absolute fluke play from Dylan Moore away in the Astros series, from losing 3 of these 4 series to
win over the Brewers. The number that probably jumps out to me, I wouldn't say I'm quite in the same camp as you. That feels a little extreme. It was a pretty tough stretch. And just watching this league right now, the Pirates just swept the Tigers right after being swept by the White Sox. I mean, like, This league right now is so topsy-turvy. It's so up and down, where good teams can look like bad teams and bad teams can look like good teams at any one stretch. So I really want to avoid making too many generalized takeaways out of just a short period. But I have it in need to know, so I'll mention it again. But the runs scored, runs given up stat is the one that'll keep jumping out to me, and that was 32-19 against. 32-19 against here on the 6-game homestand. That's probably not where you want to be. That's good. I mean, hey, nice job maneuvering your way to 3 wins when you get outscored by that many runs. But that's not a good long-term recipe, right? That's sort of the scary part there. And when you look at their, kind of plus minus runs scored, runs against, run differential throughout the year, it's still on the positive side of the ledger. I think they're at like plus 19, something like that. Right in and around there. 13, 19, they're in the teens. It's good, but it's the lowest and weakest of the playoff contenders. In fact, you're actually like pretty significantly below the Rangers, even though you got a game and a half lead on them.
Plus 17. Yeah,
17.
You're way behind the Rangers and the Rays, who are both a game and a half out.
Yeah, so those are the kind of long-term scoring more runs and giving up fewer runs will be your chance to and your best indicator of what kind of a team you are. Credit to them. They found ways to win. You get a 1-0 win in there. That's huge, and they needed it. And, of course, it was a Cal Raleigh home run, right? Of course that's how that game went down. And that is like one of those Mariner vintage wins, Mariners at their best. But, score just over 3 runs a game on the homestand. You're probably going to need to do more than that. Now, it is at home, right? You're expecting the runs to get suppressed, but you can't give up at the same time 32 runs in 6 games. Can't give up 32 runs in 6 games and expect that you're going to win series very often. So now they played against really good teams. That Milwaukee team, anybody impressed with Milwaukee? What do we think? You like that Milwaukee team? Are they impressive? Young pitching, fairly dominant at times, hit after hit after hit, explosive top of that order, right? Yeah. $113 million it cost to build that roster right there, Lyle. I know everyone likes to think that, payroll's everything. Mariners spent $40 million more than Milwaukee did.
Let's see what Milwaukee does in October. They're also one of 5 teams to never win a World Series.
Understood.
Well, Passan actually said with us the other day that he could see a lot of. He was talking about how the Brewers were put together, and that said he could see a lot of similarities in what the two teams have done between the Mariners and the Brewers, but kind of was alluding to the fact that the thing that the Mariners could be better at was finding the right guys.
Yeah, I mean the Brewers have just
trades and free agents.
They've done a good job with that, right? Like they've added around the nucleus better than the Mariners have, which is why. And by the way, Lyle, they're in a better division. They're in a better league. Like, the Mariners are doing it in the American League. Brewers, give them credit. Like, they're one of the best teams in the National League, which has been the superior league this year. So, look, I'm not down on the Mariners today, nor was I up on them 2 days ago or anything like that. This team is going to continue, I think, to kind of trottle along here in roughly the same spot. There are going to be 4 or 5 teams battling for 3 wild card spots. The Mariners are going to be one of them. I think a huge difference will be what each of these teams does at the deadline. The Mariners are as well positioned for that as anybody. So whereas, I think you can criticize, hey, that's $40 million that they spent above the Brewers that could have been spent better. I think you can also say, all right, but you've got your opportunity here and you're banking on the deadline being the thing. All right, well, then you got to do it, right? Like they put a lot of pressure on themselves to make this deadline excellent. Does that mean they have to overpay? Maybe. That's not the best situation to be in long term, but if that's what they got to do, that's what they got to do, right? I mean, like you've kind of put yourself in a position where, and Lyle, you've noted it often, like you didn't do enough in the offseason, so you've got to do it now. This is, and that's still a viable way to do it, but you got to do it, right? I mean, you've given yourself enough of a chance through the deadline. I mean, you're a week to go. You've given yourself and you put yourself in position, so you're ready. But you now have to complete the job, which is finishing the job that you started or kind of forgot to start in the offseason. Cool. All right. I'm still open-minded for another week. And I do think it's a good thing that Houston knocked off Arizona 3 in a row. Even if you don't end up getting Gino Suarez, that he goes somewhere. Like that's another player on the board, which makes the cost for Willie Castro lower, makes the cost for you name it. I'm not excited about Ryan McMahon either, but it makes the cost lower for all of these guys because it floods the market with another couple bats. Good. You want that. You want the numbers, the prices to come down. And if 3 games where Houston wins is the different, well, then that's on you. You shouldn't have put yourself in a position. Houston's not that good. So thank them for sweeping Arizona and opening up the market. Move on and go make the trade you got to make here. That's everything. That's more important than how you do in 1 or 2 games up and down, whatever, against Milwaukee. Go win the trade deadline. Go finish completing this roster. And I think that the last couple months and into the playoffs could be a lot of fun. All right. We also have the start of training camp yesterday. Huge part of today's show. Maura's got takeaways from that. We got Keith Law coming on today to talk trade deadline and draft and all that stuff. So it's going to be fun. Good to be back with you guys. Be right back. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
This summer, the perfect night out is under the stars at LeMay, America's Car Museum drive-in movies. Enjoy classic films and make memories. Catch the Transformers on July 27th. Space is limited. Reserve now at americascarmuseum.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license, unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction in using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as, that's 888-665-0696.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
It's time for your summer road trip service at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Before you hit the road, stop by and get your vehicle road trip ready with their incredible service departments, no appointment necessary. Now through July 31st, you can receive $100 off when purchasing 4 eligible tires. Whether you're in the north or the south, their expert technicians have you covered. Visit Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland today for your summer road trip service and drive into adventure with confidence. Offers valid through July 31st, 2025. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulge disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, training camp is officially underway in Seattle. Seahawks practicing for the first time as a full group yesterday. Moore was there. We're going to get some takeaways. I think I'm going to try to go today. I'm sorry I wasn't back yet. I didn't get back from Vegas until last night. So Moore went yesterday. We'll get takeaways from her. Mike McDonald, though, I mean, I think this is sort of the most important part is he's just, excited about what they're doing.
It's an awesome atmosphere, man. I'll tell you what, I'll put our training camp atmosphere, the 12s, just the weather. I mean, just everything, all the above is just second to none. So really blessed to be out here with the guys. Great spirits, locked in. It's the first day back, so there's some things we're working through, but really optimistic. Guys are in a great spot, so I'll go attack the rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
If you were looking for a difference between Mike McDonald and Pete Carroll, not that they're hard to find, one is that even though McDonald's excited, he still has that kind of cynical, negative part of his personality, which I love. That's like, yeah, we're really excited. No, we screwed some things up, don't get me wrong, and I'm really mad about that. I'm going to go figure it out later and maybe punish some people. But yeah, I'm really excited. Whereas Pete is kind of able to put the period there after I'm very excited. And I do like the Mike McDonald style on that. It just fits who I am a little bit more, much as I love Pete. So, yeah, it's kind of cool to hear that. He also gave some injury updates. Jonathan Hankins was out, but doesn't sound like that's going to be too long. Shaquille Griffin was just sick, so he should be back maybe as soon as today. But on Chenna, it doesn't sound so great.
We'll see. We're going to the season probably throughout the rest of camp, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, I think we'll just hold on to the timeline right now. But we're not necessarily close right now.
Oh, they're going to hold on to the timeline. So anyway, that's not great. I mean, are we looking at a third lost season for Chenna? I mean, the guy had one really good year here, and I like him. And every time we talk to him, I mean, he's a really delightful human. But you could be looking at 3 lost years for Uchenna Nwosu here in Seattle. There is this guy who plays the same position who's been lowballed in offers in Cincinnati. If you wanted to go get him, I'm not saying you have to, but you kind of should go do that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, homestand over. I think any Mariner fan would be happy to not see Milwaukee again for a while. Explosive offense, tremendous pitching, dominated the rubber match yesterday. 10 runs, gave up just 2.
Yeah, obviously, tough one today. One that you turn the page on quickly, and heading out on the road. Anaheim becomes the target now, and just a tough one. I thought. We knew they were going to be aggressive. A lot of singles, a lot of balls that found ground balls that found holes through the infield, and they just kept stacking them up, and were able to capitalize on their situations. Some key doubles there to drive them in, and offensively.
I mean, they gave up 17 hits. That's more than a couple bleeding ground balls. That's a lot of hits. Luis Castillo gave up the first 6. Trent Thornton threw a little gas on that fire with 4 more. Brewers look very, very good. Anyway, 500 homestand. They go 3-3. A couple of very good, exciting wins. Also outscored 32-19. So you can kind of, again, like everything this year, however you choose to see the Mariners, it's pretty easy to do so. Tough 6-game stretch, though. And to get through it, really a tough 12-game stretch, good. Now the schedule eases up a little bit as they head to Anaheim tonight. Good news, bad news as the Astros sweep aside the D-backs. Obviously, you don't want to be 6 back in the division, but Arizona putting in a more clear position to sell. That's good news. We'll get back to that here in a moment. Mariners, Red Sox tied right now for the last 2 wildcard spots. Rangers and Rays are 1.5 back.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You're also 1 week exactly now to the trade deadline. Got to imagine that after the sweep, Arizona sells. It was always probably going to happen anyway, but, if they sweep Houston and find themselves, 2 back instead of 5? 3.5 back instead of 6, whatever the number is, I mean, you needed that to happen. So thank Houston for putting you in a position to maybe go acquire one of the options there. And it would be great to get Gino Suarez. Naylor's a really good possibility also.
Offensively, if you want to upgrade right now, it is much easier to upgrade that spot offensively than it is first base, where even though it's been a little clunky defensively, I still do believe in Raley. And obviously, Ken Zone's really been pretty impressive what he's been able to do in right. So Raley still fitting in there at first and at DH, I think is still ultimately a pretty solid option. Whereas third base, you're just not getting a lot on offense. Right now.
That's Jordan Schusterman yesterday with Bump and Stacy, and I'd agree. Again, third base is the best spot, but if you can't do it there, yes, Josh Naylor's an intriguing one. The frustrating one is first is where you had the opportunities in the offseason, and they didn't go down that road. Okay, fine. Now there really aren't first base options available other than Naylor. Third base, though, there are, and putting all of your eggs in the Gino Suarez basket. I love Gino. I don't know whether I'm going, there are a lot of teams competing for Gino. Tigers, Yankees, a couple of others are going to be in there as well. So
I just heard that the Reds were interested too.
I believe it. The Reds are right there. Cubs. Why wouldn't they be? Cubs. I mean, all those teams could use a guy like Gino Suarez. So you're not alone in that bidding. Willie Castro cheaper in terms of what you'd have to give up. He doesn't provide quite as much thump. But been a pretty good hitter this year. 117 WRC plus makes him well above league average, and obviously far ahead of what you've gotten from Ben Williamson. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. Seahawks preseason home opener, August 7th. Want to send one of you and 3 of your friends, how about that, to watch Seahawks take on the Raiders in person. All you got to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab and find out how. If you don't already have the app, shame on you. Shame! But text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We will send you a link directly so that you can download it and you can enter every day to increase your chances to win. This will run through Monday, July 28th. So go do that so that you can go see Pete when he returns to Seattle. If you want to give him a big hello, a big cheer when they show him, I'm sure there'll be a tribute of some sort to a guy that really helped change the future of this organization and obviously won the lone Super Bowl title. All right. Brock's in here at 7 o'clock. I got a lot to talk about with him. I have a story for him that I probably shouldn't tell him because I'm afraid of what he'll say, but I think I might have to. So that might be coming up at 7. Before that, stay tuned. You're going to get a little Jarran Reed replay and a little Seth Walder. So if you missed some cool stuff this week, stick around. It's next on Brock and Salk.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro. My, oh my, Ichiro!
Mariners insider Shannon Drayer delivers complete coverage from Cooperstown at SeattleSports.com and the Seattle Sports app.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable!
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. Really like, it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at 4 tickets to see the Seahawks host the Raiders August 7th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 23rd through 28th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. Only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows manufactured right here in Washington and specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. These are the windows you want. They look absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and they're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They also come with a double lifetime fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. These windows last up to 60 years. Harley Exteriors is making these windows affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mike Lefko and Brock Heward here with you on a Tuesday morning. Training camp. It is here, Brock. Seahawks training camp begins tomorrow. Everyone's on the field. NFL teams reporting today. So who better to bring on than ESPN NFL analyst Seth Walder? He joins us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Seth, thanks for joining us this morning. It's exciting, right? Football is back. We do have a lot to talk about with you. Before we kind of ask you about the Seahawks and the rankings you guys put out, what's this time of year like for you guys when it seems like, hey, summer comes to an end and everyone just gets back to it full force?
Well, it's fun, first of all, but, a lot of it is doing kind of some of the exercises we're going to talk about today. We're previewing the season, ranking teams, ranking players, figuring out where everybody stacks up, picking breakouts, players who are going to fall off, all of that. And then there's also a lot of, for me at least, there's a lot of research components that happen during the summer. I just sort of explore numbers, data, player tracking, anything that can help me get ready for the season.
There was a day and time, Mr. Seth, that ESPN, the magazine, was out and about, and there was a year that I had to chart all my favorite quarterbacks when I was working at ESPN and kept a QB power rankings through the years. And at times, I just threw my arms up. I'm like, I don't know. I can't watch every game. I don't see all these guys. I can look at some of the raw numbers. I'm going to guess you've got a few more tools, you and your contemporaries have put together this kind of list, a few more tools. How many hours, how much time, how many resources went into compiling this top 32 roster list for you guys?
Well, it was different. We each had our own. One of the ways we went about this was we each had our own process. So we each ranked them separately. And I think that's actually quite useful to go about it on our own and then we put them together, right? And I think that allows for some disagreement, and it allows for people not to be influenced by one another. We didn't look at each other's rankings. And so I like doing it that way. For me, I think for all three of us, actually, I should say, we're looking at, like you said, a whole slew of different numbers when it comes to every position on the roster and trying to figure out how good each of these teams are. The irony is that all three of us are numbers people, but there is no number that you can say that just overall encapsulates a roster. Like, at the end of the day, we're taking the numbers, but there's some vibes in there as well, right? There sort of has to be.
Yeah, so Seth and then your colleagues Mike and Aaron at ESPN put out this roster ranking that we were discussing yesterday when it came out. And Seth, you guys have the Seahawks at number 20. Is that due to lack of superstar talent, some questions about the offense, or how did that determination come up? The Seahawks are the 20th best roster here in the NFL.
I think the questions about the offense are really the biggest thing here. So you look across the board, and I think you have questions at almost every spot. Sam Darnold, start there. At least for me, I'm generally a skeptic. I think he was in as good a position as you could possibly be in. Last season, he had the best wide receiver in football, maybe the best play caller in football, or at least like top 5. He had a pretty good pass protection, and he ended up 14th in QBR. To me, that says that's a below average quarterback. I think we all know about Seattle's offensive line struggles in the past. I think there's a way that this offensive line can work out, right? Maybe Gray Zabel hits the ground running. Both tackles stay healthy. Maybe Oluwatimi has some progression. And yeah, you could squint and see it, but I wouldn't bank on that. And then JSN's amazing, but then who are you getting after that? Is Cooper Kupp able to stay on the field? Do they have, are they going to get up much from the rookie Arroyo at tight end? Like all of those things together, and I say that's not a lot that you can bank on. And so to me, it is that offensive side of the ball that puts them probably at 20th.
Seth, this has been a very kind of common narrative over the last few months from a national level when it comes to these Seahawks. And just out of curiosity for you, and I'm not going to ask you what your colleagues would have done on this, but for you, if Geno and DK were still Seahawks, and they could still draft Gray Zabel and kind of make the moves, and it'd be a little harder, right, because they had draft capital that came back to help them make some of these moves. But if Geno and DK were still here, would you have had the Seahawks number 20?
No, they would have been better. They would have been higher with Geno and DK. I mean, I think Geno Smith's a better quarterback than Sam Darnold, and certainly Metcalf. I know he had a little bit of a down year last year, but I feel still really – I mean, he's in the prime of his career. He's a really good player. He's much better than Cooper Kupp. They would be a better team. I mean, I think that like for if in that situation, I think you're looking at it's like, okay, what does Kubiak bring in, and can the offensive line click? I think there's more questions now than just that. But in that scenario, yeah, they would have been a better team. Do you guys agree? I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we watch every play, and we're so close to this. And it's why we always appreciate national perspectives. But I think most of us would say, yeah, the system was really poor. It's a really poor system fit, unfortunately, with what they tried to do a year ago with that staff. That Geno has some tremendous numbers, but shrunk in the red zone, and from a leadership and elevating people around him was not a great strength. And DK, for a super talent, still had critical mistakes that led to critical game-ending interceptions, and was a very hot-tempered, volatile guy as well. So I think that there's a part, and I'll raise my hand and say, I like this move. Will it work? Don't know. Would it drop them from 15 to 20 in my own rankings? No. But that's proximity and maybe closeness to it. And I think it was the right move at the right time for John and the Seahawks to have to make.
Well, and I think, what's interesting about what you said is like there's sort of a difference between, okay, maybe they drop a few spots. Was it worth it, though, is kind of a different question.
Yes.
Because to me,
yes.
I was quite skeptical of what they did. In the end, when you look at the move and you swap out Geno Smith for Sam Darnold, I think that's a little bit of a downgrade. But either way, you're talking about Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. We're talking about $20 million less in fully guaranteed money and a third-round pick. Well, you can start to make up that difference there when you look at the whole package.
Yeah, and I know the league has changed, Seth, and it's a different game today than it was when Pete and John built it the first time. But I think you're going to find a lot of us that say, "Sheesh, back in the day, look at how good they were and what they made work offensively." With, just guys sometimes right off the streets, right, with the capital they spent on their offensive line, with different things, because they had that elite defense. They had that suffocating, difference-making, you're not going to score on us kind of defense. And I think there's some hope and expectations that in year number 2 of Mike Macdonald, this very good defense a year ago, can take that next step.
I think I'm with you on that front. I think that is absolutely feasible. I'm generally sort of bullish on Macdonald because of what he did in Baltimore, and you could sort of imagine how this could really work out. One thing I really liked they did this offseason was keep Ernest Jones. Mm-hmm. Jones was such a good blitzer when he was with the Rams, and Macdonald, when he was with Baltimore, was so effective at using linebackers to threaten, whether it was simulated pressure or bringing them as blitzers. And I really think that could be a match that helps this defense. And if it breaks right for this defense, you can see it, right? Like Reek Wollins had his moments. Obviously Witherspoon's great. Leonard Williams was unbelievable last year. And so, boy, Maffei's win rate numbers have always been pretty exceptional. And so it could really break right for Seattle. I don't think it's a guarantee, but I think that's in the cards.
Hey, Seth, you put out a piece a couple weeks ago grading each team's offseason, and it caught me right away because the top 3 grades were all teams in the Seahawks division. The Rams, the Cardinals, and the 49ers all got your best grades. How much better do you think the rest of this division got in this offseason?
They got better. So with the 49ers, I do think there's a pretty good chance we look back on last season as being sort of a blip. And I think that there was that was a moment, and they are certainly getting older. I don't think there's guarantees, but I think we could look back at them as easily see them as a powerhouse once again from this season forward. With the Rams, I think that they're really a very good team. One of the reasons, though, I liked what they did so much has a little less to do with this season. It was how they set themselves up for this year and beyond. So they kept Stafford, but then they made this trade down, this incredible trade with Atlanta, where they're getting a future one from a team that has an unknown at quarterback. And so what I loved about it was that they still were able to make a pick, a mid-second round pick this year, but then set themselves up in the future for when they're going to need a quarterback. So that's more of like a long-term concern for the Rams, though obviously they brought in Devontae Adams. I think that could work as well. And then Arizona, they just, it wasn't like that flashy, but they had some needs. Josh Sweat, I think, is not a perfect player, but he really upgrades at a spot for them that they needed. So I do think that, yes, it's a tougher situation for Seattle this year than it was, say, a year ago.
What struck me, last thing for me here, Seth, is just looking at the overall kind of aggregate numbers, right? I think the perception, rightfully so, is the AFC is so much tougher and such a more difficult gauntlet because you've got the elite quarterbacks, Lamar and Josh and Joe and Patrick. So looking at your guys' list, and I know this is all 3 of you put together, but we've got in the AFC 1, 4, 5, 6, and 9, 5 of the top 10. In the NFC, we got 2, 3, 7, 8, and 10. So 5 of the 10. What's striking to me, and the NFC West fits into this with those 3 teams that Mike asked you about, the NFC then in the next strata, right, from 11 to 20, has 7. Has 7, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 20 with the Seahawks. Just 13, 16, and 19 from the AFC. And then finally, from 21 to 30, 7 in the AFC. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 28, 29. So what do I make of that kind of data?
No, that's interesting. I haven't looked at it quite like that.
You hadn't looked at it like that, Seth? You guys did the article. Seth.
I know, but I hadn't thought about it like that.
Brock's beautiful mind. Different data points. Yeah.
My weird mind.
No, it's good. No, what I think that says to me is, we know about sort of the upside ability of that crew of AFC teams, but to me, that middle tier that you're talking about, what I think about with all these teams is we have what we think they are, but then there's error bands around it, right? And so what that means is that you have this giant clump in the middle, and some of those teams are going to make a leap that we didn't see coming, but they're within range to be elite in that group. And so I think, to me, it says you have this wide swath of teams in the NFC, and a couple of them are going to be, 11, 12 win teams and be Super Bowl contenders that we didn't necessarily expect. And that to me makes it just, way more wide open.
Hey, Seth, when you guys look at this season, how much do you factor in coaching, or are you just trying to look at this from a data and statistical standpoint? Because, you touched on this, that roster rankings and a preseason projection is different than the coaching impact. When you factor in Mike Macdonald in year 2, do you think that can be enough of a boost for the Seahawks team, or is it still just a talent deficiency and too many unknowns for them for you this season?
Yes. So I'm so glad you asked about this. To me, this exercise is trying to take coaching out of it. And so what I think is interesting sometimes is where we look at the differences between this roster ranking and maybe how you would expect the team to be. So Minnesota, it was interesting. I was really torn with Minnesota because I sort of felt like the roster is pretty good, but I also think they have an excellent coaching staff. And so I was like, well, how good could they possibly be, right? Clearly their roster should be worse than however good I think they are. To come back to your point, yes, I believe that McDonald does have the potential to be that sort of schematic advantage, right? It's like what on the offensive side of the ball Ben Johnson provided for Detroit, or what say Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay have provided for San Francisco and LA for a long time. I think that McDonald has the potential to be that for Seattle. He was that in Baltimore. I think we have to still see him elevate it, but I think that you have that potential, and not every team necessarily has a place to have a coach that can really elevate a unit. I do think McDonald's in the camp that can.
Well, really interesting stuff, Seth. Yes, certainly a thorough and fascinating read that you and your colleagues put together out now on ESPN, the 2025 NFL offseason grades, and that was your piece, and then you guys ranked every single roster heading into this season, and training camp's here. It's going to be an exciting time. Thanks for joining us this morning, Seth.
Thank you.
All right, good stuff from Seth Walder of ESPN. Now let's throw it to the conversation yesterday with Seahawks defensive tackle Jarran Reed.
Seahawks defensive tackle Jarran Reed joins us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Jarran, we were just talking about year 10. It's going to be a decade in the NFL for you. How does that feel?
I definitely feel it, but it's a great thing, though, man. It's a blessing, just to make year 10. I think that's a milestone for anybody who steps foot on this field. And I'm just truly blessed and appreciate that I can be one of the ones who's making it this far.
How have you done it?
Preparation, performance, body work, staying on top of that, mentally staying strong, and, just having faith, believing, and trusting the process, trusting my preparation, the coaches, being coachable, helping the young guys. It's a list of things, I think, the reason why.
Jarran, how have you learned to kind of, as Brock was getting at, kind of take care of your body as it's evolved? I'm sure you come into the league as a rookie and everything feels fine. You're young and you can bounce back. And now, after years and years of this, has your preventative care evolved, the things you do to kind of get yourself ready to be on the field every day?
Absolutely, man. I spend a lot of time on my body. And I always say this almost every interview. I was like a sponge. I used to sit here and watch, Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett, Tava Rubin, guys like that take care of their body and be able to go out and perform and practice every day and in every game. I kind of took those things, and now I've implemented some of my own things, and I spend a lot of time on it, man. It's a lot of time oiling this car up to get ready to go.
It's interesting, Jarran. We spend a lot of time talking about you guys, watching you guys, reacting, all the games, practices, storylines, all of that. But I feel like I don't know somebody there very well, and that is your defensive coordinator. And obviously Mike's the head coach. He calls the defense. That's part of it. But, you got to know Ken Norton and Gus Bradley and all the Dan Quinn, all the D coordinators through the years, Clint Hurt. I don't feel like I know Dirty very much. Can you tell me who he is and what he brings to that defensive side of the ball?
Oh, man. First of all, he's a great guy. He loves the game of football, but he's a great person outside of football. You could easily relate to him. What he demands from us each and every day I think is amazing. I think is what every defensive coordinator should do. I don't think he looks for the limelight. I don't think he's that type of guy. I don't think he really cares to be known. But, man, he's a cool guy. He's funny. He's definitely a player's coach, fiery. He gives us that mindset that, how we take the field and how we approach game and approach practice and approach drills. He gives that to us, and, what he expects from us. He doesn't shy from anybody. Nobody's bigger than the program, and he lets us know that.
Jarran, we're talking about your long career in the NFL. This is year 10 for you. Another guy that has been there for a while, been doing it at a high level for a long time, DeMarcus Lawrence, now in his first offseason here, going into his first season with you guys. What have you learned from him? Have you gotten a chance to kind of get to know him, or have you just kind of watched him out there when he's been with you guys through OTAs and minicamp?
Yeah, D-Law's my guy, man. Yeah. I'm a North Carolina guy. He's a South Carolina guy, so we kind of got that South connection right there. And, what you see with him is what you get. He doesn't hold his tongue. I like that. He reminds me of the old school, football, like when I came in and before me, that's the way his style of play. And I think that's great because we need it more than around here. He's a great addition, man, a great guy.
Yeah, that's a couple of the moments last year that maybe I remember as much as anything, Jarran, is your willingness to have that voice. Right, I think it was in a game, and I think it was a youngster and Derek Hall that you guys had a pretty good conversation there on the field and on the sidelines a little bit.
Yeah.
But isn't that in some ways the picture of the brotherhood you all are trying to create and cultivate?
Yes, absolutely. We're trying to build a championship defense around here, and it's the things that little things that matter, and we're all just holding each other accountable. That's all that is, man. And, we're just trying to be the best we can be on the field and off the field.
Well, Jarran, getting a little more into that, you just mentioned all those guys that you learned from when you were coming into the league and how you soaked it all up like a sponge. Now that you're the veteran, what do you think the young guys have learned from you, or what do they come to you with questions?
A lot of their questions is like technique, and believe it or not, they ask me how do I play so long. That's crazy. And, just things that I did to stay in the league and to stay relevant and everything. The most I tell them is, when you step into the building, this is your job. You got to become a professional. We're all athletes, but now we're professional athletes, right? When you get to the NFL, and it's all about being professional on the field and off the field. That's how you talk, how you carry yourself to people, how you treat people around the building, your work ethic. Things like taking care of your body, because we pay attention to those things. Nowadays kids, they got their phones, the TikTok and all the Instagram and this stuff, and so we're in the locker room and we get time to ourselves. Sometimes they instantly go bury their face in the phones. Like, nah, that's time to prepare yourself to get ready to go out there and practice and have the best practice you can. Little things like that, and then taking the things that the coaches are telling them and being coachable, without having the coach repeat the same things over and over, like each day in meeting rooms.
From your life experience and being here the first time around, where you went from year 1 to year 2 in this system, what are some things we can watch for? All those fans that are on the berm today, come out and watch, and yeah, man, it's going to be year 2 in Mike Macdonald's system and going from year 1 to year 2. What are some areas that are true areas of growth from your experience?
I think the communication along the defense, and we still got a lot more room to go. But I think it's everybody kind of knows the playbook, and because it's a huge playbook. I think as far as defensively, because that's all I can speak on. Just our intent, our effort, and our communication. Like if you guys out there to practice, just listen to us. You'll hear like a lot of communication, a lot of talking going on amongst everybody. And of course the music will be on, but when it's probably down and we're in the period, you'll probably hear it, and that's probably the main thing.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Great defenses you don't see, great defenses you hear. Yeah. And not only the communication, but I'm going to guess, too, when the pads start to come on, the game changes just a little?
Oh, yeah, a lot. Yeah. You get to add that real physical aspect to the game.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Well, Jarran, I'm sure you're excited to get on the field. We're all excited to watch you guys out there and then see what this team looks like this season. So thanks for joining us this morning. We really appreciate you taking the time.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Sorry to miss Jarran Reed yesterday. It's always a very good interview. We'll have Julian Love today at 7:45. So get a sense of what things look like from the back of this defense there as well. Yeah, I told you I threw a little money on. You know what? I'll wait for Brock. I got so much stuff for Brock. Let me just take a break because I want to come back. I want to talk to Brock. I've got a story that I really should not tell him, but I probably will end up doing so because I'm a verbal processor. And I got to ask him how the Seahawks will survive without Noah Fant, because I'm very concerned. I put this money down on the Seahawks to at least win 9 games, and now they don't have Noah Fant. So I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, wait, addition by subtraction. Brock's next on Brock and Salk.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro. My Ichiro!
Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer delivers complete coverage from Cooperstown at SeattleSports.com and the Seattle Sports app.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable!
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th, will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro! He threw something out of Star Wars!
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Morning, buddy. How are we?
Hello, Michael.
So, we got a lot to do today. Julian Love's going to join us. Keith Law is going to be on the show today as well at 8:30. So we'll talk a lot. I mean, there's a ton of football. Maura's got takeaways at 7:30 from her time out of camp yesterday. We got to go through kind of, the Mariners homestand 3-3. So there's a ton. A week away from the trade deadline. There's so much going on.
Yeah.
So I do feel a little bad, but I got to tell you a story that I probably shouldn't tell you.
Good.
Let me just start by saying
those are my favorite stories.
Heather said to me, "Are you going to tell Brock about this?" And I was like, "No, but absolutely not." But I think I have to, and I decided this morning, maybe because of lack of sleep, that I would tell you the story. So, Maura and Lyle can attest. Brock and I like to get after each other a little bit on our text thread. Right? And there are certain topics that will kind of lead to some back and forth and get our dander up a little bit. And so anyway, a recent topic, this of all the things Brock and I have ever argued about, this one's probably the dumbest.
Oh, I know what this one is.
This
is
is
construction at SeaTac, right?
Yes. So Brock and I...
It is a really weird thing to argue about.
Brock and I have gotten into it a few times about SeaTac, the airport.
Oh.
And Brock thinks it's the worst ever.
Oh,
and I'm like,
SeaTac's
SeaTac's great. I love SeaTac. Never have any problems. In and out. It's great. Lots of new food options. They're constantly making it better. This and that, right? How many times? So we've argued about this a few times.
Yes.
Oh, and your precious Alaska Airlines. I got my flight canceled. I'm like, what? Alaska? Greatest customer service imaginable. I never have any problems. What are you talking about? So we were supposed to go to Vegas Monday morning. Right, was our original flight to Vegas. And the airline said, hey, we are overbooked. So if you want to take a voucher, you can get on a different flight. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I like doing that when they have a little money available. So we took like $100 or something, and we decided we'd go out Sunday night, and we changed the hotel, added a night to the hotel room. So it basically worked out as a wash money-wise. We're like, great, we'll get in there. So we'll be there like bright and early when we wake up. It was a late flight. So we'll wake up early on Monday morning, and we'll be there rather than getting in at 1. And by the time you check in, it's 3 o'clock. You've missed the whole day. So we're all set. We're ready to go. Flight gets delayed an hour. No big deal. Drop off the dock. We head down. And right away, you start seeing problems trying to check bags, and the lines are growing. Well, it turns out, and perhaps you saw in the news, Alaska had an IT hack tech problem and ground stopped their entire fleet of planes on Sunday night while we're at the airport.
I saw that news story, and I kind of wondered if it affected you.
Oh, did it? Yes, Maura, it did. So I was at the airport from 6:30 p.m.
Oh, wow.
Until 7 a.m.
Because they couldn't give you a time frame, so you just kept waiting.
So we're waiting, and it gets delayed, and this is going on. And then, of course, you got the annoying guy standing next to me who's like, oh, I used to be a this and a that, and I know exactly what's going on, and they've ground stopped this. Like, shut up. Just talk to yourself. Anyway, they pushed the flight till 2 in the morning. But the plane was going to have to get in from Ketchikan. Finally, at like 1 a.m., they had canceled the flight. By then, I had already booked a 7 a.m. on another airline for the next morning. And we talked about going home, but we never ended up going home. So we just sat at the airport, Brock. So the whole time, all I'm thinking is, and we couldn't get the bags. And so the bags, we go to Vegas with no bags. Like, they'll be there early in the morning. Wasn't there early in the morning. Yeah. So, but which, you know what? For all of that, as bad as it was, and it was bad, trust me, it was not good. That's a lot of people in the biggest lines you've ever seen, especially because their IT stuff still wasn't working great. They did handle it afterwards very well, and they've kind of made up for it and all that, and it didn't. We got in early. It still didn't really affect us. They gave us some money to buy clothes for the stuff that was not there for us. So we end up with some nice new clothing as a part of this.
Yeah.
But the whole time, all I could think of was like, I can't tell this to Brock.
No, I can't.
I can't tell this to
Can't
Brock.
give him any more fuel.
I can't do this. And
Not that he needs any more, because on his return trip from Alaska, and I didn't even want to tell you this, were we an hour and a half late? Yeah, we were.
Well, things happen.
Did that affect me getting my fish from baggage to the next airline to check in? Sure did.
Well,
wasn't able to. How about the next day? How about the FedEx flight that was supposed to fly out the next day with my frozen fish still?
I'm sorry about your fish.
Was that on time?
Oh,
no.
Sorry about your fish.
Did that flight get canceled?
Yeah.
Yes. Did I lose my 31 pounds of sockeye salmon? You're darn right I did.
No.
So no, Salk, I love SeaTac and all the operations.
Well,
it is swimmingly great.
And then, of course, as we get home, just a little icing on the cake. As we get home, we get our bags, no problem. We're walking out, and as we get to the up escalator to take the bridge across,
it's broke.
No, literally broke as we went to stand on it. It's moving. We got. And it stops. You got to be kidding me.
Your Honor, I rest my case.
So, good. Brock, yeah. I've got nothing to say to you today. I feel bad. JC and Ken says, I work security at SeaTac, Salk. That day was rough for everyone. Oh, I know. And the poor people that work there. I do. You do feel bad for them in that situation. There's nothing they can do.
Nope.
It's not their fault. They're very nice. They're trying to be helpful. But, oh, my God, it was
that's
brutal.
like a bullpen pitcher that's just going to eat the innings, and you're just going to deal with it. Yeah. Sorry. You're just going to be out here, and you're going to have to wear it.
And now, Brock, here's the good news.
Okay.
I told you every time Heather and I have gone to Vegas, we get into a fight.
Yes.
Even through that, no fights. A+ trip, had an awesome time. Honestly, didn't even take away from the trip. It was still pretty great. And then I threw down a little money. I sent you the three things that jumped out to me.
Yes.
So, and I think they all lead to interesting conversations. Maybe not the Commanders one, but there's something about Jaden Daniels. I just thought I would take a little shot, 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. I don't know whether they're going to win the Super Bowl, but that kind of was in that same I like that odds range where it feels worth it to take the bet. Right? Like it's a bit of a flyer, but it's not crazy that they could win the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So, all right, we got a little money on them.
Okay.
Seahawks plus over 8.5 wins.
Mm-hmm.
You feel good about that?
I do. Everybody we talk to nationally, I don't. You finish with them, and, we had Seth Walder on earlier this week who ranked them the 20th roster, and you just read things nationally, and I was just looking at numbers, win totals in the division, and it's 2.5 at the very bottom for the Seahawks, like all of these things on the national level.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they did the same back in 23, was that Gino's first year, where it was, 5.5 or 6.5 was the win total after, moving Russell on out of here, and yeah, I would make that bet.
And it's not for that much. I mean, it's like 1 to win 140, so it's not like a huge, But I just feel like they should win 9 games. I don't know if they're going to win 12. I wasn't going to throw money on them to win the Super Bowl right now.
Mm-hmm.
But get to 9? I guess I was sort of hoping that our knowledge here in Seattle is better than what people seem to think elsewhere. So maybe you get a little, leg up on the whole country and what they're betting on. But I mean, McDonald's certainly seems to think that that's a possibility.
Our expectations can't be any higher than what we expect from ourselves. I mean, bring it on. We want to win the championship. But in order to do that, we have to become a championship team. We have to become the team that we're trying to be. We have a vision for our team of who we want to be, and we believe that vision is a team that the 12s are going to be really proud of. But it takes time. We got to put it together. We got to do all the work. We got to do all the meetings. We got to do all the reps. We got to make those tough decisions. I mean, there's so many things that need to happen between now and when we kick it off. But that's why just every day is so critical. You can't skip steps.
Can't skip them. And sometimes that knowledge
that one always makes me laugh. It's every day is so critical that we cancel half of minicamp.
Can't skip them.
Can't skip the days, except during minicamp when we just blow them all off.
Can't win with them. Can't skip them.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway,
can't get through SeaTac on time.
No, not this last time. That was a rough go, man. That was a rough go.
And what was your last bet?
Mariners to win the World Series, baby. Let's go. 20-1 Mariners to win the World Series. I was looking at Mariners just to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You'd have to like put money down to make less. Like they're favored to make the playoffs.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like I was looking, I was like, oh, maybe I'll just, World Series. I don't know. But like playoffs, okay. Like I'll put some money down on this team to make the playoffs. Yeah, it was like bet 100 to win 70 or something. It was like, well, I don't want to do that. That's a waste of my time and energy.
No.
So
but
at least
20 to 1.
21 to win the World Series? I might have flushed $100 down the toilet. I don't know. But if they win the World Series, I got $2,000 coming. And I'm going to be pretty psyched. You got a week until the trade deadline. So do something, Jerry. Let's go.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, on this Thursday morning, you got a little to-do list, you got a little checklist. Is one of those things your insurance, just a frustration that you put off to the side because it's stressful, because it's confusing. You don't know why your premiums keep going up. You don't even know what you've got covered. Well, if you're in that situation, then you got to do what Molly and I did. So many of my friends and family have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories through the years that save people so much money. We decided we need to do this, and boy, am I glad we did. And not only for us has it saved us definitely a good amount of money, it's also informed us on exactly what we've got covered. Here's how they do it. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for decades to find you and your situation the very best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. And did I mention it's totally free? They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Upgrade your heat pump or air conditioner right now and save up to 25% during Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale. All remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners are now up to 25% off. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Training camp underway yesterday, Brock. Seahawks practicing for the first time as a full group. Mike McDonald knows how important it is.
Well, it's critical. I mean, guys got to learn what to do and how to do it. And you're only allowed a certain amount of allotted time on the field. And our theory is you know, we're trying to use that time better than anybody else and be more efficient. So our guys can play better ultimately. So, yeah, it's critical this time of year for sure.
Salk, while you were in Vegas, I was baking on the 99-degree sun up north in Greeley, and if I was baking, the kids were, I don't even know what the next level of that was. They're in full pads for the first time, some of them first time in their life. In those 48 hours that we were there, the kids were on the field in full pads for 14 hours. I am looking at the training camp schedule of the Seattle Seahawks. By the time maybe the whole month is done, a month and a half, they won't have 14 hours in full pads on a football field. Full pads. Live tackling, scrimmaging, live tackling. I mean, it was...
Presumably they've had a little bit more time in practice than the 14-year-olds have in their life. Like, they've 100%. Worked up to that point.
No question, but it still strikes me that they were, been off for 3-4 weeks, right? And then literally yesterday, and they're in their helmets, they're running like from 0 to 100. That's the NFL now. And it's why, well, Justin Fields gets carted off this morning, and you're going to see this, and hopefully none for the Seahawks, but it is fully on the accelerator because, as Mike said, limited reps and not a lot of time.
Health update looks like this. Jonathan Hankins on the non-football injury list. He's got a back problem, but doesn't sound like that's too serious. Big back. Shaquille Griffin did not practice. Sounds like he was just sick. But on Chenna, that did not sound particularly encouraging. Here's Mike McDonald.
You know, we'll see. We're going into the season probably throughout the rest of camp, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, I think you know, we'll just hold on to the timeline right now. But we're not necessarily close right now.
Kind of sounds like the Seahawks could use another pass rusher.
Oh, they're going to add another edge player.
Yeah. Anybody out there being lowballed by the Cincinnati Bengals that they should go trade for? I saw you saying 0% to Lefko.
0.0002.
That's insane.
I said 0.0002.
Oh, so there's just like a little out there, just like in a
2 in a million chance. So,
well, so you're saying there's a chance? Like, what are we doing? Your Chenna's going to miss his 3rd year. Go get the guy who can actually make a difference for your football team, so you can get to 9 wins. Anyway, I It seems pretty clear and obvious to me, but what do I know? What do I know?
Here's the second thing you need to know.
What do we think of the homestand, Brock? It's over. Mariners, they might be happy not to see Milwaukee again for a while, huh? Pretty explosive offense, pretty good pitching. What do you think?
Those guys are athletic. Those guys pitch. Those guys run. Those guys play defense. Platinum Glove winner at second. This guy there, that guy there. And they're just on a heater. I mean, just a franchise kind of record-setting heater of the belief that they've got right now. So get those guys, get them the heck out of town.
Well, you got to be happy, though, to at least take one game, 1-0. I mean, really, you go 3-3 on the homestand, but you were outscored 32-19. So managing to sneak out with 3 wins out of 6, actually kind of a nice coup for the Mariners, right? I mean, that's good
and I
news.
thought Dan managed, honestly, and we didn't even talk about this yesterday, I think Dan may have managed his best game of the year in that 1-0 win. If you look at just how that bullpen and bringing Brash in early and just kind of finding a way to shut those guys out and get that win, Cal, with the big blast, obviously. But, overall, I mean, this stretch, and they're in the midst of another one, right? Remember that 17-game stretch in 17 days, and then the All-Star break, and here's 17 in 17 days coming out of it. Might need some reinforcements.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in a moment. It is interesting. You win 3 out of 6 games at home. You can make a pretty compelling argument that Cal personally won them 2 of those games. I mean, he hits the home runs, the only run in the 1-0 game, and, Lyle sort of referred to the Dylan Moore knob of the bat play as fluky. It is. Obviously, that's a weird, fluky play. It's not what Dylan Moore was trying to do. For me, though, I would say it feels less fluky because Cal made such a heads-up play to take advantage of it on third base.
So smart.
Right? I mean, just such a smart, heady play that, Dylan Moore didn't mean to do that. No one's going to argue that he did. But
how many guys would have done what
That's
Cal
right.
did?
Cal had to take advantage of it and score in that moment. And so, I don't know. That feels a little less fluky. And I give Cal a ton of credit for 2 of the 3 wins. It's just kind of who he is this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, so trade deadline a week from today, Brock, and sort of good news, bad news over the weekend or over the last couple days. As the Astros sweep the Diamondbacks, I know that there are folks mad at that because they hate Houston, and, it means that the Mariners are now 6 back in the division. But flooding the market with more hitters is a really good thing long-term for this club. Much more important than whether or not Houston wins a couple of games in July.
I would tend to agree with that. The only thing is we had your good friend, your twin, your counterpart, your equal down in Arizona.
That's enough over there.
The name of John Gambadoro. Some know him as Gambo. I know him as Salk's twin.
Yeah.
We had him on after
I was so open and honest and transparent with you.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See how I'm treated.
So is he. He is very open and honest and opinionated and transparent, and said, and this after the sweep of the Cardinals, like, they're selling. They're too beat up. They're not going to leapfrog 4 teams in the wild card.
But if they had swept the Astros?
He said even then they're selling.
I don't know. You sweep the Astros, you're a couple games out? I don't know. Look, regardless, drive a stake into the heart, make sure they sell, and flood the market with a couple more bats. So even if you don't get Gino or Naylor, that at least opens up more players for the teams that are needy to go and try to get. Jordan Schusterman on yesterday with Bump and Stacy says, they're going to do something.
We know that they will be active in some form. Even in the years where they've, shocked the world and dealt Paul Sewald and, pissed everybody off, they're going to do something. We know they are too creative and have too many moving parts and a front office, of course, known for wheeling and dealing. I think they'll find a way to do something. But to your point, how much pressure are they feeling to really go all in and trade some top prospects? That will be really interesting to see.
They got to feel some, right? I mean,
Passan said this was the biggest 9 days in Jerry and Justin's career.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%. After not doing much in the offseason, this is your chance to get it done. You put a lot of your chips into this basket. Now you got to make it pay off. Yep. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Seahawks home opener for their preseason is August 7th. Brock, Pete Carroll in town with the Raiders.
2 weeks.
All you got to do to get tickets, we want to send you and 3 friends, is open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab, and then they'll tell you how. If you don't already have the app, honestly, I'm sick to my stomach with you. But okay, fine. If you don't have the app yet, we'll help you out. I argued against this, but they said we wanted to be nice to the people that didn't have the app. So just text app APP to 866-979-3776. And we'll send you a link to download it. Super easy. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. Contest runs through Monday, July 28th. Well, before you get to preseason, you got to get through training camp. And yesterday was day one of that. Maura was there. She's got some observations. We'll discuss them. And then we'll talk to Julian Love coming up here in 20 minutes. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro. My, oh my, Ichiro.
Mariners insider Shannon Drayer delivers complete coverage from Cooperstown at SeattleSports.com and the Seattle Sports app.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable.
All right, guys, we're getting real close to August 8th when the hotel opens up at Snoqualmie Casino. That's right. You can book right now an unbelievable hotel experience by going to snocasino.com. Be there to see the breathtaking views of the Cascades and Snoqualmie Valley. See the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the destination spa, the big entertainment space and convention center, and the new restaurants as well. Combining that effortless style with the utmost in relaxation, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, now extended through July 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event extended to July 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I had broken my femur and I was in horrific pain. We chose Iddens because they had a good reputation. I wasn't just a name, I was a person, and that makes a big difference. I'm just grateful that we had the settlement for my care. I'm very pleased.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Seahawks Football Fest is back at Lumen Field, Saturday, August 2nd at 6 p.m. Kick off your weekend with this exclusive practice in an evening full of football, family, and fun. Meet Seahawks legends, Seahawks dancers, and Blitz. Check out the gaming zone, face painters, live music, and DJ, and don't miss the autographed football toss. There's entertainment for all ages. Get an inside look at your 2025 Seattle Seahawks at Football Fest. Get your tickets at Seahawks.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we think Julian Love will join us in about 15 minutes, Brock, just based on their schedule and meetings. Meetings come first, Brock. They got to maximize all of that time. So as soon as he's ready, we'll spend a couple of minutes talking to Julian. Before we do that, though, our good friend Maura was out at training camp yesterday. You couldn't be there. I couldn't be there. I'm going to try to go today. But Maura had some takeaways. Maura, what did you see out there?
Well, I saw our good friends Bump and Stacy. I hung out with them for most of the day. Yeah,
okay. I'm sure that's what the people want to hear about.
Yes. No, I thought Darnold looked more confident in where he wanted to go, was getting rid of the ball quicker. I didn't see any turnovers this time, and he hit JSN for a couple of wow passes. One of them was with Witherspoon covering over the middle, which Witherspoon wasn't too happy
I'm sure he wasn't. Yeah. Okay, so
yeah,
a much better Sam
there.
Darnold than what we saw in minicamp, which is probably how it should be, right, Brock? I mean, like, there should be some growth and development there, I would hope.
As I said yesterday, day one is just kind of redoing base install, right? The stuff that you're super, super comfortable with, stuff that you've definitely worked on the last couple of weeks. We know we saw some pictures of Sam and the wide receivers and in the helmets. Kind of day one should be an offensive day. So not surprised at all, confidence-wise, rhythm-wise, to see those offensive guys get it going from the jump. That's good.
This one I hesitate to say because I know what you're going to say. Surprising to hear me mention Ken Walker, right?
Oh, jeez, here we go.
But you can ask anyone that was out there yesterday.
No, we're not asking anybody who was out there.
Day.
We're
Did
asking
he have his shirt on? Did he have his jersey on?
Yes. I think the main thing is after seeing him not really. Have you guys seen Ken Walker? Dang it. After seeing him not really participate in the 7-on-7 or 11-on-11 drills and OTAs, he looked to be a full go, and he broke through traffic on quite a few runs. So it was just really nice to see that he's ready to go. And have you guys seen Ken Walker?
It's the tone at the end of it, right?
So here's the thing. Have you guys seen Ken Walker?
Yeah, he looked really
good.
So someone who works for the Seahawks, a friend of ours, was telling me yesterday that he's like, hey, did you guys know that Ken Walker started like blogging? Like, I think he has his own YouTube channel now. He's like, so if you guys want to check it out. And I was like, well, I can't mention it on my show. Maybe Stacy can talk about it.
Is it called Have You Seen KenWalker.com?
Just think it's not weird to like Ken Walker. Ken Walker.
But he looked good.
I don't know what to tell you. He did. Yes. Yeah. For as much as you can, obviously, when people aren't trying to tackle you, there's still a crowd He was bobbing and weaving and breaking through.
Is it
So
fair to
here's the
say-
thing. Have you guys seen Ken Walker? Oh, nothing but love, M-Duels.
Are you done yet?
I don't know. I'm not sure yet.
Of all
Maybe.
the running backs yesterday, he definitely stood out.
Okay.
And he was fully clothed, Brock.
Isn't it fair to say that he is the most explosive offensive player now that DK is gone?
I don't know if that's, I don't know how much that's saying, but yeah. I mean,
well, that's one of my
JSN
concerns.
be in there as well.
Like, no, I mean they're wired differently. That legitimately, I
You
kind of
say
had.
that, but JSN with some of the run after catch we saw last year, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, you're probably right. It is Ken Walker, but I'd like to hope that JSN is either next or is real close.
Oh, I mean, for what he's asked to do, yeah, I think there is a lot. He's a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown, and when you watch him, he makes a lot of big plays, and so JSN could do that. But like true fear, like oh my gosh, if we miss this arm tackle or this guy's in the open field, I do think he's the biggest home run threat on this roster. And good to see the ankle 100% healed, fully cleared, and full go yesterday. Good, Maura. Love that. All right, what else we got?
So new O-line coach John Benton. I know Brock's already been a fan of the videos Brady was posting where he was like, "Nice, good work." No, that's not it. Horrible. He just seems like a good teacher. He seems like he's all about the details. I always see him taking everyone through exactly what he wants from drills, correcting guys individually as they go. It looks like he's very clear about what they want, why they're doing certain drills, and then making sure everyone gets it right. And it sounds simple, but I'm just not sure that I felt like there was as much intention behind the O-line drills when I was watching them last year. It just kind of felt like they were, this is what we're doing, and then keep doing it repeatedly.
That's a good Brock Heward word right there, the intentionality of it all.
Oh, well, that's a word you're going to hear a lot through training camp. You may even hear it in Blue 88, depending on when Julian Love steps into it from Julian or me or others. I think that word will be the buzzword of all of camp.
Why?
Because even Jarran Reed said it yesterday. Like the intent. We've heard Mike McDonald say the intent. You're going to hear Julian Love say the intent, and the intent is the why. Instead of just saying, "Yeah, man, we're learning the why of it," which we've heard in the past, kind of cliche-ish. Why do you play this game? Why do we run this front? Why do we? Once you can answer the why, you get a deeper level. Well, even beyond that is like intent. So the why is like, yeah, man, that's the X's and O's. But the true intent of it, this is the makeup. This is the culture. This is the secret stuff. Honestly, when I went to Indianapolis, just thinking about it, I got an email from Damon here. Very nice words. Coach Dungy was at a function and talking about leadership and everything else, and in that group, and it was like Peyton. We didn't just go through the drills. We didn't just go do the footwork. We didn't here's the intent. Here we're going to film your feet during run period, so you can understand. Like the intent of it is to make it look exactly the same to the opponent, and they don't know run or pass. Like that's the next level of stuff. The secret sauce that, really does define teams. And for this team especially, and maybe some of the playmaking, dynamic home run challenges offensively, Salk, you need to win in every single margin. So love that.
Yeah, a lot of drills with movement too, like shifting to the left and the right as they do everything. And I know that that's going to be a part of this zone blocking scheme. So Derek Hall had a really nice day of bringing pressure.
I'm sorry, before you get to that one, I wanted to play this sound. Sorry, Maura, just because it kind of fits with what you're talking about there. The offensive line has to be good. Ken Walker has to be explosive. Zach Charbonnet has to be a big part of it. And Mike McDonald pretty clear yesterday that is the type of team they want to be.
Run off the rock, man. Yeah, I mean, we want to play our style of ball, let the O-line do their thing, get Sam on the move, separate the defense, all those things. I mean, it's fun to watch us. It's fun to watch these guys put it together and how they drill it, to go from individual to group, how it all fits together, all the rules. It's really exciting.
Okay, that's all good, and I that's the style I want and all that. Did I also hear? And again, I'm just kind of coming back from vacation. Jalen Sundell may be the starting right guard. Did I hear that? Is there some conversation about whether or not Sundell's is in the mix to start at right guard? Good for him. I mean, again, that's great.
Where did you hear that? Was that during your sleep, either on the chair?
Somebody texted in and said Hawk Blogger was talking about it, and I know there's some Mike McDonald sound from yesterday about it that I listened to, saying that he was in the mix.
Not to count out Satoa Lamea, so I think it's just a full-on competition.
And that's great, and I'm happy for those guys, but I don't want to hear a whole lot more about how Christian Haynes is just fine. Like, no, he's not.
Well, what I don't
want to hear a lot about how Anthony
Bradford's
Bradford's just fine. Like, no, he's not.
I think what we don't want to hear is what we did last year, where it's still a competition as the season's going on. You want someone to win it.
Yeah, you do. You want someone to take it. And I'll tell you why Sundell will make sense, Salk. It's funny, like the Seahawks wide receiver crew, maybe tight end crew. We'll see with Arroyo. He's a great athlete. As far as like dynamic, speed, twitchy, home run hitters, threats, yeah, they're going to be in the bottom third of the league, no question. But the offensive line, if Abe Lucas is healthy, if Charles Cross is Charles Cross, Gray Zabel, if it's Sundell at right guard, you know what you may have? Like truly one of the most athletic, if not the most athletic offensive line in all the NFL.
You say
so if you're going to move and you're going to move and you're going to move and you're going to ask people to do
Again,
that.
that's fine. I'm not. I hope it works out great. I'm happy for Sundell, and if he's the right guy, cool. But I don't want to hear any more about Bradford and Haynes and this. Like, guys, come on. The goal was not for Jalen Sundell to be the right guard. Maybe he wins the job, and if he does, awesome. I'm happy for him, and I hope it works out great. But don't tell me that was the plan coming in. Like, it'd be really good here is if Jalen Sundell wins the right guard job. That's not the plan.
No, but whether you believe it or not, I think that they did kind of try to tell us this offseason that they believe they had more talent than they got out of some of these guys.
I'm sure that's true, and I hope it's right, and I like your John Benton points and all of it. But I don't know whether Jalen Sundell being in the mix or maybe even the favorite for that job is a good thing or a bad thing. And I think you could probably read it both ways, but more likely it's not a great thing. That's just my gut reaction on that. But Brock, I'm glad you brought up the tight ends. Yeah. I am concerned now about my bet. I told you I put this money down on the Seahawks to win, over 8.5 games. That was before I knew they were releasing Noah Fant. I mean, that has changed everything. What will they do without a tight end who goes down the moment you breathe on him?
I love when you come back, and especially when you come back from Vegas.
What'll they do? What if somebody breathes on Noah Fant and he falls over?
And I love when you try to stare daggers at me when I make the Gambo comparison. I love it. No, you're right.
I feel bad for. I mean, like, I 3 years. Did he break a tackle? One? He break one tackle in 3. Nice guy. Came on the show a couple times. Great interview. Good dude. Not a great blocker for a tight end, but okay, fine. I'm sure he's a great pass receiver.
Can I hear cut 13?
Oh, you sure can. Yeah, no, I'm happy to play that for you. Here's Mike McDonald on where Noah Fant has gone.
We released him a few days ago.
Why?
I'm not going to tell you exactly why. But there's multiple reasons.
You don't need to tell me why. Multiple reasons. How about one? He's not very good. That's all the reasons you need. He's expensive, not very good. Sold. How hard is that one? That's like the easy. He could have told us that. Why'd you release him? Because a tight end who falls down the moment you look at him. Come on. What are we doing? Because we just drafted a tight end in the second round who looks like him but good. Like, this isn't brain surgery. Because he was here as part of the Russell Wilson trade. Then they re-signed him for some unknown reason, but he wasn't very good. What are we talking about? Come on. Sorry.
Are you done?
I think I'm done. I think I am. I don't. There is more. Here's McDonald. Hey, did you have any conversations with him?
I didn't have any conversations with him.
Do you want me to talk about guys that were actually out there yesterday?
What we're trying to achieve as a football team. I mean, we love Noah, wish him the best, but we also love the guys that are still here.
Yeah.
And they know what's at stake, and it's going to be a lot of fun watching that competition in the tight end room.
Can't say we want to be a physical football team and then say that Noah Fant's your tight end. Sorry.
Yep. So how did that group look, Maura? Did you get any eyes on Arroyo or AJ or
Sober?
A bunch of the other guys?
Yeah,
fighting for time.
It looks like a super athletic group. I didn't notice. I mean, I was talking to some people from the Seahawks a little bit about logistics for guests and everything, but I didn't notice as many pass catches from the tight ends as I did in OTAs. Maybe it's just what they were working on yesterday. Yep. So I can't say that anyone stood out to me, but yeah, they all They all look like physical specimens.
425 says Noah can't. Yeah, that sounds about right. Noah can't stay on his feet. All right, what did you have on Derek Hall?
He just had a really nice day of bringing pressure as much as you can when you can't actually sack. He was definitely creating some havoc up there. And I was standing with Bump and Stacy, and Bump just looked over at us and was like, Derek Hall's a problem right now. Yeah. So you love to see that. It's a huge year for him.
That would be honestly. Yeah. I mean, we could probably choose like players you think could matter the most. I think we did, and I think Derek Hall was my guy. Like if Derek Hall pops, total game changer for your defense this year, right?
That's a position that can take some time, right?
It can. And when are you starting your most intriguing Seahawk list? When does that?
I don't know. I may have to retire from doing that, but I think next week.
Okay. You know what else would be a problem, especially for you, Salky? Getting in Derek Hall's truck.
Yeah, I saw that thing. Huge.
Yes.
Oh, he has multiple. He says he shops on Facebook Marketplace and buys them.
Does he sell them too, or just keeps collecting them? At some point, don't you run out of space to store them all?
Monster trucks.
It's not like collecting little hats or dishes or whatever the hell people chess pieces. They're trucks. If you keep collecting them, you're going to need a giant garage.
Yep.
One thing I thought was interesting yesterday, I don't know if have you guys seen this before? After practice, I saw they were doing a bunch of extra work, but Jalen Milroe was throwing passes to the cornerbacks and the safeties.
What? That's a terrible idea. They don't want him to practice that. Those are the guys you're not supposed to throw the ball to.
I figured maybe it's a way for him to get more throws in and for them to practice interceptions, their hands. I saw Joe Pritchett, Kobe Bryant, Julian Love all catching passes from him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's great, but I don't want, honestly, he should get out of that habit of throwing the ball to corners and safeties. Throw the ball to wide receivers, man.
That's usually the fourth quarterback in camp, but they don't have a fourth quarterback in camp,
so he's got to go do that.
Yeah, sorry, Jalen.
Yeah. How did he look in general, my guy?
He looked good. He had an kind of an errant pass that went off someone's helmet early on in practice, and there was a gentleman on the berm yesterday that thought this was like a game situation. He was yelling at everyone the entire time. He was like, "Throw the ball away, Milroe! You're not going to start for the 49ers week 1." Like,
jeez.
He started yelling at Darnold. That would have been a sack. I'm like, this is training camp day 1, right? They don't even have pads on, sir.
Man.
And that wasn't Salk dressed up?
It wasn't me.
Got in a little early from Vegas.
Wasn't me at all.
He was very fired up.
I
thought Milroe looked good. Seems like he was just working on progressing. After that throw off the helmet, he looked pretty solid. Drew Lock looked good again. He was throwing on the run a lot into some tight windows. Yeah.
How crazy would that story be? If this ends up being the year of Drew Lock, would be the most bizarre. Why is Drew Lock? How could that even be?
Well, I mean,
he's looked pretty good.
Well, I mean, we've seen those as much as you see in the NFL. This team come out of nowhere. Yeah, right? we got Julian.
We do, yes. Okay, so let's do that. Let's stop going back and
gears.
forth and just bring poor Julian Love into this conversation. Seahawks safety extraordinaire. What's up, Julian? We can see you on video. Awesome. Hey, man, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Little safety meeting, little lifting, or we're just kind of right back into this thing, aren't we?
I know. Back at it. I'm excited.
So what was yesterday like? First day, kind of everybody out on the field together. I know minicamp wasn't that long ago, but how did it feel different yesterday?
It's exciting. I mean, the fans are out there. It was a quick summer. I know everyone was kind of dispersing, going to wherever they're from, training, getting after it. And it's just excited to be back in the building. The coaches are over. They've been bottled up in meetings for so long. So they're fired up. And so it was a really good first day. What was
the very first thing you heard from your position coach when you got in? What was the very first thing they wanted to tell you?
See, our guy said, "I missed you guys." He says, I hate working a desk job part of the year. And then just, we have a standard. The secondary, we're trying to compete at a high level this year. And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take, obviously, me, Spoon, kind of the guys who are out there, Reek, Kobe. But it's going to take Nick, the rookie, to come along quick, and as well as all of our depth and all of our pieces. We just want to be operating at a high standard, they said.
How does it work with that Nick guy, E-Man Warren? What meeting room is he in? Does he float around the nickel room, the corner room, the safety room? How does that work for him?
He does float at times out there in practice, kind of doing all the different individual drills. For the most part, we meet together, thankfully, just so we could be on the same accord. But yeah, it's a lot. I'm gonna be honest. It's a lot on him, on the rookie, kind of understanding, the flow of the NFL, the league, how we operate. But if we can get him going, we're gonna be pretty special.
How do you do that? Special. I mean, you did that. You were a boundary corner in Notre Dame, right? And so you kind of found your way in this league doing different things. What's the best counsel you would give?
Kobe's done that too, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's kind of done the same thing, so it's not unique here.
Yeah. I think, Mike obviously appreciates and he wants that out of DBs, especially the safeties, because we're doing so much. We're in the slot. We're rolling deeper in the box. And it just takes patience. Honestly, it's going to take being comfortable of being vulnerable, of like asking questions in front of everybody, putting yourself out there, making mistakes. But then just always kind of just staying resilient and kind of your resolve to get it done. He's taking incredible notes right now, and it's just going to take him just getting out there and just letting it loose and just hopefully getting it all instinctually with time.
I feel a little bad for him. He keeps getting this Cam Chancellor comp thrown at him. And I mean, look, that's not really fair to anybody. I mean, I expected when I got to minicamp, I was expecting to see this gigantic, hulking Cam Chancellor-like figure. He's a big dude. He's not Cam big. So what is it that can make him a great player in his own right at that position?
Yeah, that's tough. Obviously, Cam Chancellor not only was a great player, but he captured the hearts of everyone in Seattle, and that team was a special team. Maybe the height, like people kind of can see a similarity, but other than that, I don't think they have much in common. Nick is incredibly athletic. He plays well in space. He's lanky. He's going to play a much different role than what Cam did for the Seahawks. And so I would definitely steer away from those. But this kid's special. I mean, his ability to run, turn, jump, and dip and extend and change of direction is like unlike anybody I've ever seen at the position. And so I don't know what lane, what bucket he would fit into, because he is so different. I've never seen it before.
You know what else is different, Julian? You used a word there earlier that you would never hear 25 years ago. I don't even know if you'd hear it 10, 15 years ago when it came to the sport of football, being a teammate, culture, everything else. You use the word being vulnerable. Can you truly be vulnerable? Is a football player in the NFL trying to make a football team and play this game?
Yeah, I would say in the old NFL, no. But the times have changed. I think for us, we have talent. We have the scheme. Mike is just a heck of a coach, as well as all the other position coaches. And then that last component is kind of connectedness. And to do that, to have that, you got to kind of be vulnerable. You got to kind of understand what everybody's dealing with, where everybody's coming from, just so you can kind of build a bond that's different. And so, yeah, I think we embrace it. We acknowledge it. We try to put ourselves out there, and we just hope our guys have our backs.
What's motivating you these days? What do you use as motivation when you wake up in the morning to get the best out of yourself?
Yeah, I think just how I'm wired, I'm built. I think I just I want my name to mean something. When it's all said and done, I look in the mirror and tell myself that every day. I think it's just kind of how I'm wired. I feel like I'm representing my parents. I'm representing my wife, my son, and so I know that I lead with that. And then also on top of that, I'm representing my teammates. I think that's kind of the biggest motivation. Like, when it's all said and done, if I let a teammate down, then I just feel devastated. And so that's kind of my fuel, my fire. Just, that's how the game should be played. It's team sport. And so I kind of take that into everything I do each day.
Just because you mentioned them, tell me about the Loves. What were what are your parents like? Tell me a little bit about them and the role they played in your football journey.
Yeah. So I was in sports pretty young. Probably started football when I was about 6 or so. Played flag for a few years before flag was like really popular. My dad just had a clear vision of, of just not getting a tackle so young. And then, yeah, my dad was a bit tougher on us for sure. He had a higher standard of, us in school, us in sports, us in carrying ourselves, my older sister, my younger brother. There's 3 of us. My mom was pretty much the heart of it all. Like most mothers, she had the compassion, the love, the care. And so it was all just a really good mix of just, being connected as, us 5, the Loves. That's how we operated. And so my parents still come to every single game. They went to every college game. They go to every game in the league. We keep it tight.
You let love. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we let love win.
Hey, I know you got to run to your workout here in just a minute. Can you help me and not give away any trade secrets or anything else? But Jarran Reed was on with us yesterday and said, "Man, this is a voluminous playbook." Right? You talk about the rules and everything that Eman Warrior's got to learn. Can you, in some way, maybe compare to other systems, your college system, what a high school system? Like when we hear that this is complicated and this is a deep playbook and this is voluminous, can you kind of define that in some kind of maybe comparison?
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like if a playbook is typically like structured, like there's this chapter, that's kind of not how Mike operates. Like we have our core concepts, core principles, but Mike's just, he will think like, you know what, this is not traditionally how it's done, but what if we did this? Like he's always kind of has a growth mindset, is always kind of tinkering. And so there might be, a few checks, a few different things, a few variations of, that one core concept. And so that's what it makes it feel like it's so, it has a lot of volume, like Jay Reed said. And so
gotcha.
It's slightly different. I think it's just Mike just trying to maximize and trying to chase the edge of just competition.
When you got, just given your strengths as a player and a thinker, when you got a playbook like that and met Mike, you must have felt like you'd died and gone to heaven. Like this is exactly what you must have been looking for forever.
Yeah, selfishly, I really appreciate having Mike as our coach. Obviously, defensive guy. I just think he's just so smart. I know he gets that moniker a lot, but I trust everything he says on the football field. And as a player, that's all you want. You just want somebody that who's going to lead you right, so you can just go out there and just rip it. And so I can't speak high enough about Mike.
Well, that's cool. We got a whole bunch of texts from people here saying that you sound like a coach. Love this guy. Are you sure Julian isn't on the coaching staff? Maybe one day. For now, he's still out there playing safety at an elite level. We really appreciate it, man. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us. Enjoy training camp, and we'll talk again.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right, there you go. There's Julian Love, Brock, and pretty cool situation. He and Mike McDonald are just such a good fit for each other.
Yeah, I think you see right away why that deal got done, extension got done. It's a win-win on both sides. This is the kind of cerebral player I want. Mm-hmm. This is the guy that can carry my messaging to the rest of them. And what an awesome resource for Eman Warrior to lean into as well.
Perfect, right? Mm-hmm. And it is interesting. I hadn't thought about it until you said, but both he and Kobe having the same, kind of story of starting at the corner spot, moving inside and then farther inside. And, probably a pretty good fit. Anyway, voluminous?
Is that the wrong word?
Voluminous?
We were talking about that back here, too.
Voluminous.
It's too much for me.
Just throw a syllable in there. Let's just add another syllable in there, and I think we've got it. We'll come back with Here's the Thing, and then we'll do a late version of Blue 88. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710, salesports.com.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
It's time for your summer road trip service at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Before you hit the road, stop by and get your vehicle road trip ready with their incredible service departments, no appointment necessary. Now through July 31st, you can receive $100 off when purchasing 4 eligible tires. Whether you're in the North or the South, their expert technicians have you covered. Visit Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland today for your summer road trip service and drive into adventure with confidence. Offers valid through July 31st, 2025. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts today at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Get lower energy bills, cleaner air, and year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing. Normally $2,500. Now just $99 for PSE customers with each replacement furnace or heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Learn more at homecomfortalliance.com today.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible from surgery to different drugs to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Do you find yourself searching the medicine cabinet for pills and sprays during allergy season? How about having to buy one more medication when the season hits? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Excited to talk some baseball with Keith Law coming up at 8:30 this morning. Perfect guy to talk to a week before the deadline. Some prospect conversation and coming off the draft, etc. So, great stuff. Looking forward to Keith coming up here in a half hour. Brock, and yes, you can ask him about your guy with the, the overly large, what does he have?
Las Montez, his quads are too big for his knees.
Quads are too big for the knees, so we'll see.
You see his catch he made, by the way?
I did. Was that a good catch or was that a not good route? I couldn't tell.
It was a great catch.
It's a good catch after a
game-saving play.
Iffy route to get there. Regardless, we'll talk to Keith coming up at 8:30. Here's the thing. I don't mean to give it short shrift. It just we went a little long with Julian Love, but you guys have been leaving us messages for Here's the Thing throughout the week, obviously. And we're going to play them for you right now.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, here we go. These all come from the Seattle Sports app.
Let me ask you guys, would you trade Ben Williamson and Logan Evans for Geno? And what would you trade Harry Ford, Ben Williamson, Logan Evans for Naylor and Geno?
Yes, but I don't think Arizona would say yes to that.
You don't think so?
I don't think so, but I'd say yes. I mean, I would do it, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would. Harry Ford, Logan Evans, and Ben Williamson? I mean, it's a lot. Yeah. Maybe Arizona says yes to that. Yeah, I would do that.
Okay.
Would you?
I'd rather give up prospects.
I mean, at that point, Ben Williamson is a prospect. I mean, Ben Williamson's a prospect. It's got like a
Ben Williamson has the second best defensive metrics at third base in all of baseball.
I know. You know what you're getting there. He's a great defensive player. Yeah, I would probably do that and just say, hey, we're all in. It would hurt. Don't get me wrong. I think I would do that. Okay. Here, that was Tom. This is Steven.
Come on, Brock. Are you kidding me? You think that the Brewers came into the Major League in the mid-'80s? What are you talking about, man? Don't you know that they are the team that were supposed to come to Seattle, but ended up breaking spring training and going to Milwaukee? And then we had to file suit. One of our senators, Slade Gordon, filed a suit to bring the Mariners, another baseball team, to Seattle. Where were you at, man? Oh, that's right. You probably weren't born yet.
Jeez.
A little tongue-in-cheek about Robin Yount playing for the Brewers in 1980s. Yeah, a little tongue-in-cheek, and it was not understood. That's okay.
Weren't the Brewers the pilots?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that like the whole story?
Yeah.
I know that story.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So I guess your joke didn't
the
land
60s.
the way you hoped.
No, it didn't.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it happens.
Here's Taylor.
Brock, here's the thing. The smartest idiot I've ever heard. I just listened to the Trey Hendrickson thing. Are you kidding me, man? Really? Salk ain't all that. But, listening to him talk to you about this, it was tough to listen to you. Really tough to listen to. You don't want the 18-sack guy because he might not get 18 sacks. Okay, God forbid he gets 13 sacks. What would that be? Double your next best edge guy? Jesus, man. What are we talking about? Boye, Mafi, Derek Hall, they're okay. They might become good. Okay, great. If they become good, then you got two good guys with a great guy. What are we talking about?
Yeah, Taylor. Thank you.
Come on, Taylor.
What are we talking about?
Baseball, Taylor. This isn't an unlimited salary cap, Taylor. And I don't want to pay guys from the outside that are 31 years old and take away from my foundational pieces, Taylor. And that was not Boye and Derek Hall, who you're right are good players, Taylor. That's going to be JSN, Spoon, and Cross, who you got to pay. And I'd rather keep those guys and bring in somebody that's 31 from the outside.
Here's the thing. Sam Darnold's 2024 season has a Sopranos problem. It was awesome, but then the finale just sucked. And it's all anybody can think about is the finale. It's what the hell was that? But just try and remember the good times. Try and remember Chrissy's movie. Try and remember Bobby's train set.
It's pretty good.
This is Brad. Are we still playing, Brad?
Here's the thing. I too miss Blue 42, but it's not because the answers were any less rehearsed than Blue 88. I just miss going red, right, tight, close, sprint, left, GU, corner, halfback, slide on, 2 ready.
Wow.
Break, love you, bye.
Good job,
Oh, man, you
Bradley.
can sing too? Shoot.
Well, he labeled it not Brad.
Well, it's Brad. I know Brad when I hear him.
And the cool thing about Blue 42 is the mountains turned blue.
Right. That was nice.
That was kind of cool, too.
It was. That was a great moment.
You know why, Saul? The mountains turned blue at 42.
Yes, I know. Thank you. I guess we'll finish with Danny.
Here's the thing. This is GM and figurehead of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Can you believe players don't want to come to Dallas and play for me? Or what I meant to say was head coach Shouty. I mean, we're America's team. We're like apple pie or my favorite old person breakfast, 2 single patty cheeseburgers at McDonald's. I can't forget my Diet Coke, though. Here's the sad truth. Some people think that I am the reason Dallas Cowboys go 8-9 every year. They also say that I'm an old hack who's lost his marbles, who looks like he's on life support, and that 6 out of 10 Texans would rather kiss their cousins than see me be GM for another year. If I don't have time to have a bad time, it's not on my schedule. And let's be honest, even if I do miraculously go away, 80% of Texans are still going to kiss their cousins anyway. Long story short, stay at Set for Losers, and I'm the best thing in the Lone Star State. You better believe that, and show me respect. Yeehaw!
A wild ride. That was all over the map.
Not quite as wild as supposedly Danny's wife in love with Lyle.
That was a lot. That was weird. I'm glad that we didn't get a return to that. Once was enough for that. I think poor Lyle felt
sometimes, Salky, there's images in life you just can't get out of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones handing his glasses to somebody to clean, I just can't get out of my head. That was so absurd.
Hey, so you wear readers. That's here's the thing. You wear
So do you.
readers, right?
So
Yeah,
do you.
I know that. I'm asking you a question about it. You wear readers, but you don't need them. Like you can't wear them all the time. Like you can't wear them driving, stuff like that. You'll get dizzy.
Right.
So when you go out to eat with Molly, you bring your readers?
Yeah.
Do you ask her to carry them in her purse? Like how do you carry them? You just stick them into the shirt thing?
Yeah, kind of into the shirt.
All the time?
Yeah, I'm not going to that level yet. I think I'm too vain to ever do the readers that Papa has.
Right.
Are the ones that disconnect.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Connect. I don't think I can do that.
But I don't like carrying them the whole time.
Say that now.
I always find myself giving them to Heather to put in her purse for the entire night.
I could see you doing the ones that disconnect around your neck.
No.
Before me. Before me, I think so.
Get out of here. That's not me. How dare you? Keith Law coming up in 20. We'll give you everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk Sales Sports on 710. And yes, the Seattle Sports app.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro. My, oh my, Ichiro!
Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer delivers complete coverage from Cooperstown at SeattleSports.com and the Seattle Sports app.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable!
All right, guys, now's the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season is definitely upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? I think you know the answer, right? Long, dry days. Roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown, and they're cranking out projects all over our region. Riverside Roofing, of course, is leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington, doing amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, as you know, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite President's Club. That's a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country achieve. So get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds. You can use Quick Quote right on RiversideRoofingLLC.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go to their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard that is totally clean of any debris. Beyond the national accolades, they're just a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. You know, I say it all the time. It's why Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Bump here, letting you know West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, is celebrating the Ford Summer Sales event with incredible offers, like the 2024 Ford F-150 Super Crew 4-wheel drive, available now through August 1st with $14,982 off MSRP for qualified buyers. West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kid kind.
Summer is in full swing, and T-Mobile Park is the hottest spot in Seattle. Randy Arozarena, his 4th home run in the last 3 games, and he is high-stepping all the way to 3rd. Don't miss out on special events like the next Mariners Fireworks Night on Friday, August 1st, presented by T-Mobile. Cal Raleigh and the crew are taking on the division rival Rangers at 7:10, and after the final out, we'll be lighting up the sky with an epic post-game show. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night. Holy smokes, what a firecracker! A birthday number 34 for the big number. Go to Mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out what's on deck at the ballpark, including Aloha Shirt Day, Saturday, August 2nd. Plus, be here for more can't-miss post-game events. The Mariners Drone Show is August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the final fireworks night of the season is September 12th. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it was not a great series against Milwaukee for the Mariners. It could have been worse. Thankfully, you're able to snag a game with Cal hitting the home run and winning 1-0. But other than that, Man, that Milwaukee team is just explosive, and you kind of got to see all of it yesterday. 17 hits in that game. They struck out 12 times, but if you're going to bang out 17 hits and 10 runs, I mean, it doesn't really matter how many times you strike out. They're just kind of a menace, and they do everything pretty well.
Yeah, Passan said this yesterday. In some ways, and we'll see what happens here over the next 7 days in the trade deadline, in some ways, Milwaukee is what the Mariners can be and should be. And ceiling this.
They spend $40 million less than the Mariners do.
That you pitch really well, that everybody is just difficult to deal with, that you've got just some freak shows in your pitching, both starting rotation and bullpen, that, you know, you're athletic, you play really good defense, and you've got some threats up and down that lineup. Like Milwaukee in many ways, and to your point, they've shed payroll, right? We went into that series jokingly like, who plays for them? I know Yelich is still there, but who else? Who are they? Who are the Milwaukee Brewers? And they're starting to get some names a whole lot more recognizable because they're the best record in baseball.
Yeah, but Jackson Churrio's pretty good, and I mean, Hoskins pretty good. I mean, like, they got some dudes that they're really kind of fun team, and then they got some pitching too. You guys got to see Miz, huh? What'd you think?
I thought
Logan dynamic, right?
I thought kind of Logan Gilbert-ish, kind of like body whatever with about 3 more miles per hour, which is absurd.
He's really, really good. Snagging that game is a really big deal for them. Anyway, 500 homestand, 3-3. They were outscored 32-19 though, so yeah, they need help, and they're going to need to score more runs, and that makes the trade deadline an even bigger deal. It's why we're going to talk to Keith Law coming up in 10 minutes.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So speaking of that trade deadline, you know, they want to be active. Was Jeff Passan throwing out the name Ryan McMahon to you this week?
No.
Good.
No.
Because I have this sound.
He threw out the name, your guy, Willie
Castro? Yes.
I mean, as we're looking at third baseman, it's interesting. There are quite a few third basemen available. Ryan McMahon is going to be pricey in terms of dollars. It's $16 million a year for 2 more years beyond this year. He's played in Colorado his whole career, so when he gets outside of that, you don't know how he's going to adjust.
Yeah, that's a no thank you probably for me. Look, obviously Gino Suarez would be your ideal acquisition at third base, even though it would be tough to swallow having to give up prospects to get a guy that you gave away just a couple years ago. But Ryan McMahon would be a no. Willie Castro would be, but definitely, for me anyway, an upgrade over Ryan McMahon, no?
I'll say it like this. You have Ben Williamson at home. Just keep Ben Williamson if you want to trade for Ryan McMahon. He's never been an above-average offensive player. He plays in Coors Field, so he'd be going to T-Mobile Park, and he's owed $16 million a year, and he's 26 and 27. No, I'm out.
That would be a no thank you. But Castro would be fun. How would you feel about Willie Castro? I kind of like that.
It's fine.
A little better than fine. It's an upgrade.
It's fine.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of fine.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, training camp is underway. Brock started yesterday, and there's actually tons of great sound from Mike McDonald. I've been trying to play this throughout the course of the morning. More than anything, I think he's just, happy to be out there and happy with what the team is doing.
It's an awesome atmosphere, man. I'll tell you what, I'll put our training camp atmosphere, the 12s, just the weather. I mean, just everything, all the above is just second to none. So really blessed to be out here with the guys. Great spirits, locked in. It's the first day back, so there's some things we're working through, but really optimistic. Guys are in a great spot, so I'll go attack the rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I was saying earlier, that little moment there is, if all the differences between Mike McDonald and Pete Carroll, that's the difference. All the great positive things and the berm, and it's beautiful, and the weather, and the guys are great. Now, we kind of sucked at times, don't get me wrong. We got some things to work on. Yes. But everything is great, and I'm happy. Pete just doesn't drop that in, and I appreciate it. I love it from Mike McDonald. That's much more my personality.
For sure. And as Julian said, these coaches, Salk, they want to be on the field. They want their guys. You can spend all the time you want, scripting everything, putting everything together, sitting at your desk, watching tape, but ultimately this is what you're built to do. You're built to go out there and teach guys, and equip guys, and play and compete and get better. And, day one in the books, and here we go to day two. And by the way, Pete, in those shoes and that gum and everything else are 2 weeks from tonight.
How about that?
2 weeks from tonight, the Raiders come to town.
It's sort of hard to fathom. All right, that's everything you need to know They come to town, and we want to send
Jamal
you
Adams
and
now,
3 friends to see that game, Brock. Seahawks Raiders preseason debut. You got to open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab, and you can find out how to go. If you don't already have the app, shame on you, but text app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll just send you a link to download it. Lyle will send it personally. Isn't that nice of him? You can enter daily to increase your chances to win this contest. It runs through Monday, July 28th.
Jamal Adams, Philip Dorsett, Q-Tip, Gino, Pete.
Crazy, huh?
I mean, it's just, Salk goes to Vegas, and you just kind of were a little
I
behind.
kept looking for Pete the whole time I was there. I kept hoping I'd see Pete somewhere out there, but never really worked out
2
that
a.m.
way.
at Blackjack Table in Mandalay? No?
I kept looking
Didn't
for
happen?
Pete. Is Pete there? No, I don't see Pete. Where's Pete? Anybody seen Pete? Couldn't find him anywhere. All right.
Yeah.
Let's talk some baseball. Brock, we're getting close. Trade deadline is just a week away. Just a week away from the trade deadline. The Mariners have all kinds of great prospects to deal. Which ones should they deal? Which ones should they keep? What are they worth? How does the industry view them? No better person to ask than Keith Law. He'll join us next on Brock and Salk.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro. My Ichiro!
Mariners insider Shannon Drayer delivers complete coverage from Cooperstown at SeattleSports.com and the Seattle Sports app.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable!
All right, guys, summer, we are deep in the swing of it, right? The trips, like I just took, a little vacation, kids are out of school, running around, you're driving them to and from camps, whatever. You got a lot going on. So maybe you think you're too busy to start the diet, too busy to start the workout, the weight loss plan. Come on, don't let it be another excuse. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is going to make it so easy for you. You're not going to feel like you're adding something to your busy life. You're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did it. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith lost 30. Got a text from a listener a couple weeks ago. He's down 42 pounds with more to go. Look, summer's the perfect time to do it because you're going to have more energy. You won't feel hungry while you're doing it. And the food, it's still really, really good. Dr. Coogan has worked with over 4,000 people locally to deliver successful results. So why not be the next? Schedule that 15 minutes right now with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. Wayscarford.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license, unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at 4 tickets to see the Seahawks host the Raiders August 7th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 23rd through 28th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. Only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is here, and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors, expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy-efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts today at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts today at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mountain, the perfect way to introduce Keith Law. Mountain of a man. Mountain of a man. Keith Law of The Athletic. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Definitely never been described that way before.
No.
Well, Salk is a snap judgment scout.
That's true.
He's a snap scout. He just blink scout.
Blink scouting, Brock.
Blink scout.
Keith, you've done scouting. You like to really look at the guys. I think that's a total waste of time.
That was no look scouting. Clearly,
that's right.
Not one look. No look.
That's true. But if you can't scout something in like 10, 15 seconds, then you're wasting your time after that. It's all just confusion to the brain after 10, 15 seconds.
That's a take. That is definitely a take.
No, we got to talk to you. We got tons of good stuff to talk to you about. Love the article on breaking down everyone's draft, and I do want to talk some draft with you. But let's kind of start with the trade deadline because we're 7 days away. And the Mariners are poised. We know they have needs. We know, third base, maybe first base, maybe right field. Like, they've got options, and they've got this group of prospects that everyone seems to like. What are other teams seeing when they look at the Mariners farm system?
I don't know how much I can answer that. I can sort of talk more at the, I think more the global level of people see this as a top-heavy farm system. That's not a criticism. I put out a ranking today of the top 60 prospects in the minors. There were a lot of Mariners on it. If I'd gone to 100, there would have been probably 3 more, which I would assume. I don't really talk trade value very much with front offices. I'm talking just more in terms of just rank the prospects. And those are not always exactly the same thing, but people do look at the Mariners as, one, having a lot of really good to elite prospects, guys who are going to project as above average major leaguers or better, and as having a surplus. Right, you can't play all these shortstops. Even though you're going to move, obviously, some to other positions. They've already moved Michael Arroyo to second base. But at the end of the day, somebody has to go, right? Somebody has to be available in trade. You're not going to be able, even if Emerson and Arroyo and Cole Young and Felnin Celestin all work out, there's just not going to be enough playing time for all of these guys at positions that make sense for them. So people look at the Mariners and say they have a surplus in position player prospects, so something's going to happen, right? So one or more of those guys will be available in trade. I didn't even mention Harry Ford because he's a sort of in his own category, but it's another guy where I think people look and say he's probably going to be available in trade, not because there's anything terribly wrong with him, but don't know where he fits on the current Mariners roster now or even in 26.
You know, Keith, at times I think there's been a narrative and a critique of the Mariners that they value their own guys and their prospects maybe more than the rest of the league does. Is that in any way a fair criticism?
No. The word I was going to use, I probably can't use on the radio. But it's not. That is definitely not true. And the Mariners didn't give away. When they made the trade for Rosarena, they traded two pretty good prospects, actually. Brody Hopkins, who I found out actually after the trade, a lot of teams secretly loved that guy and they didn't want to talk about it because they were trying not to boost his value. And Aiden Smith, who I think is going to be at least an everyday player for somebody in the outfield, and who was a reasonably high pick, who was given a pretty large bonus. The Mariners were willing to trade those guys and traded them to get a player who Rosarena is good, but he's not a superstar. Well, maybe in October, but normally he's not a superstar. And to me, that's a perfect example of saying, we like these guys. We like these prospects, but you got to give to get. And these guys are probably a little further down our internal prospect rankings, less likely to end up playing a role for us in the future. So we're willing to give two of them away in a trade to get an outfielder who we really need.
And you can do that when you get 2.5 years of the outfielder. But a lot of the conversation right now is talking about potential rental bats for the Mariners. Can you afford to give away some of the, not give away, can you afford to include some of the players of the level you're talking about in rental situations?
I mean, I ain't trading Cole Emerson. I'm probably not trading him at all, but I'm certainly not trading him for a rental. Would I trade someone lower down and a Laz Montez, a Johnny Farmelo? I'd be more open to it, at least. The further down you go, right, the more willing you are to give up somebody in terms of a rental, in a trade for a rental. But to me, the rental, you have to strongly believe that player is a difference maker for the final 3 months, for August, September, to push you into the playoffs, and then someone who is going to be able to play a significant role for you in October, whether it's a pitcher who's going to start one of the first 3 games of any playoff series or a position player who slots immediately into the lineup and plays every day. I'm not giving up a prospect of that caliber for a rental reliever. I don't care who it is. You're going to get 20 innings out of the guy. I know teams do that. They do it every year. I just could not make that math possibly work. You're always overpaying in a rental anyway. Don't make it worse than it has to be.
Could you give someone up a Harry Ford type player if you were getting a couple of years of a reliever, like a Griffin Jacks type trade?
Yeah, that's very different if you're getting a couple of years. And particularly for relievers, I would say the difference between getting a rental the remainder of this calendar year versus getting him for even one more year, because projecting relievers out beyond that becomes just folly. Like guys they don't hold up, right? They break, pitchers break anyway, but relievers break and become less effective with very little notice often. So if you told me you're getting a year and change versus just the rental, I do think that's a huge difference in terms of the return and would make me more willing to give up something more in prospect value, whether it's a higher, somebody we internally value higher, or it's going from one prospect lower in the system to 2.
Keith, I know this is a difficult exercise because the market is what the market's willing to pay, and by all accounts, this is a seller's market right now. But if you were just to look at in Keith Law's rankings and Keith Law's, and you're a mountain of a man, as Salk said, so I think you can take on this task.
Apparently. Yeah, my mirrors are lying to me.
If you were to, in some way, look at fair market value for Keith Law of the Mariners prospects for both Naylor and Gino, what would a deal like that look like?
Is that Suarez you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gino? I assume it's not the racist cheesesteak guy we have in Philly. So.
No.
Making sure I'm talking about the right guy.
Nor the quarterback for the Raiders. No, Suarez, Mr. Suarez.
I am not trading. I mean, the guys I had on that top 60 today, right? I'm not. Well, Kate Anderson can't be traded. He's not part of the conversation. I'm not trading Emerson for almost anybody at this point, unless you told me they're getting Aaron Judge. To me, Colt Emerson is the top 5 prospect in baseball. If there's an untouchable for them, it should be him. If you trade him, it is because you're getting an established superstar with some time remaining, and those guys almost never get traded. If Paul Skeens were to become available, people want to make him available. I heard absolutely nothing to indicate he is available. That's basically the only situation where I'd consider trading a Colt Emerson. But even in those trades you outlined, I think those are situations where the teams are motivated to make the trade. Yeah, it's a seller's market. You're absolutely correct. But those teams are trying to move those guys, particularly the Diamondbacks. I think there's very much a sense, a little more insight there because they have prospects who are truly bumping right up against the major league roster, including Jordan Lawler, who's hurt now but has had a hard time staying in the majors because they don't have the playing time for him. So they recognize there's value in moving Suarez in a trade and might be they're more motivated, they're more inclined to trade him, maybe taking a little bit less in terms of a return. I am not giving up one of these elite prospects for him. I would consider, and I've mentioned this before, Cole Young to me is the most tradable guy because he has the best combination of actual value. He probably steps in and plays every day for a lot of teams, certainly a lot of teams that are selling right now. But the Mariners don't need him. They're surrounded, they're drowning in middle infield prospects, and they have other guys who are or project to be better. What Cole Young really offers is he's ready right now. Emerson's not, Celestin's not, Arroyo's not. You're willing to wait on those other guys and say, look, Young doesn't really fit for us that well right now. We will trade him for an immediate upgrade, knowing full well Young might be in, say that it was Arizona. He might be in their lineup every day for the rest of the season. You're willing to make that trade.
So you brought up Harry Ford. We're talking to Keith Law. You brought up Harry Ford earlier and teams believing he doesn't really fit the roster here. And I totally agree with that. I've really been of the belief that Harry Ford won't be here on August 1st because I just don't see the long-term fit. What do you make of him as a prospect and his value? I know you said you don't just do you're not asking teams for trade value, but is he going to make it? Is he highly thought of? Where are teams? Where are you at with him in general?
I think he is. I hate talking about players like this, but I just think it really applies in this case. His value is dropping. His perceived value is declining at this point because a couple of things. One is his performance has kind of flatlined. He's plateaued. That's probably a better word. He's plateaued. He's not really improving. The longer he plays, the less people seem to think he's going to be a major league catcher. They don't totally rule it out, and I do know some people still say he's going to be able to do it, but he's not showing that right now. And I think the other thing is as people consider, okay, well, can this guy go run around the outfield, which has not been good when they've tried it so far. He's not a very big or physical guy, so you can't say, well, he's going to go play some corner position or even DH, but he's going to hit for a lot of power. I don't think he is. I think he's got an incredible approach at the plate. There's pretty good field to hit there. But so much of his value, why he was a first-rounder when they first selected him, was that this was a guy who could really hit and looked like he had a chance to be a catcher. And if he's not a catcher, and he's not this big, strong guy, he's not a mountain of a man to go play somewhere else, to go play a power position, a position where your bat really matters, then what do you have? And so for me, Ford is a prospect, but like I said, I did a top 60 today. He wasn't on it. If I went to 100, I don't know if he'd be on it. Some people would say he should be. Like as I poll people around with baseball, it's not like nobody thinks he's a prospect. He's not that kind of prospect anymore. And to your point, is he still there August 1st? I agree with you, but I also wonder if they've missed a little bit of a window to maximize what he might be worth in a trade.
Okay, how about a legitimate mountain of a man, Laz Montez? Quads for days, Quadzilla. I don't know if you saw his Willie Mays catch last night. I mean, on the warning track, sliding into the wall. Unbelievable. Laz Montez as a prospect, what has he done for you here in this 2025 calendar year?
Well, he is kind of what we thought he was, right? He's a huge bat. It's huge power. The approach is fine, good enough. He's not Jordan Alvarez. I had somebody comment to me, this baby Jordan stuff has to stop. Jordan never, ever swung and missed like to the level that Laz does. Jordan was an extremely disciplined hitter, basically from the moment he defected and started playing in the minors. Laz is not like that. I am in the camp that thinks Laz is going to have to play first base or maybe DH. I would certainly give him a long look at first base before making the DH decision there. A lot of those catches, I've seen highlight catches he's made, but it's he gets a bad Jarran Reed. His first step isn't quick, and then he catches up to it late and makes a good play. That's probably not going to keep you in the outfield in the big leagues. The bat'll play. I mean, if he hits enough, it's 30-plus homers, and there's a lot of value there. He's also a guy I personally, if I were Justin Hollander here, I would say, I'm willing to trade that guy because the risk is if he doesn't hit, you have nothing. There's no defensive value. There's no positional value. Is he Joey Gallo in that case? I think he's better. Like, I project him to be better than what Joey Gallo turned out to be. But as prospects, I thought Joey Gallo was going to be a much better player. And his approach was good enough in the minors. And then as he got to the majors and spent more time there, it became clear you could pitch to this guy. And he just kind of never got any better from there.
Hey, I got to make sure we ask you about the draft because obviously that was the first reason we called you. But I can't not ask you about Cal. I mean, what we're watching right now in his age 28 season is it's unbelievable. I can't tell you how fun it is to watch every day, just seeing this guy explode the way he has. Do you remember how you viewed Cal along the way, whether it was as a drafted catcher or a prospect coming up? Because I don't think anybody saw this. How did he go from where he was to where he is now?
I've been asked this before, so I do know. I had him on my pre-draft board the year the Mariners took him, almost exactly in the spot where they selected him. I had him right in the third round, very close to the number on my board where he was ultimately selected. And I was very proud of that because I said, this guy could be an everyday catcher in the big leagues. That seemed like a pretty good call until the last year and a half, at which point it seems that I undersold him by a factor of about 1,000. But the knock was, he can hit and he's got some power, but he's kind of like a fat catcher. And is the body going to last? And can he really catch him? Like, he catches fine, and not for nothing, but when you are bigger behind the plate, you get a little benefit in blocking. That's not a thing. And I thought he moved around fine behind the plate when I saw him at Florida State. I was like, why is everybody killing this guy? And I thought it was a good swing. That was the other thing. It was like, he's going to hit. He's going to have some power. I mean, find me the guy who saw this coming. Find me a guy who thought he'd hit 40 home runs, right? He's on pace for 60, right? Find me the guy I would actually love to see a scouting report from, even when he was in his first year in the minors, for somebody who thought he was going to hit 30 homers in any season. I doubt you will find anybody who could say that.
John Heyman did. I got it. I'll pull it. I'll send it to you.
I'm sure he did. Yeah.
That's no way John Heyman wrote something about the Mariners. You know that's not true. How dare you? He wasn't drafted by the Yankees, bro. Come on now. Let's chill out. All right, so let's talk about this draft that the Mariners just had. Obviously, you got to start with Cade Anderson. How lucky were they that he was available at number 3?
So Anderson wasn't my number 1, but I think he was their number 1. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's the guy the Mariners really wanted all along. Super polished, going to move pretty quickly to the majors, lefty, competitor, probably the most complete arsenal of all the pitchers we saw go towards the top of the draft. Maybe not quite the upside of Liam Doyle, certainly not the funk of Jamie Arnold, who had the better sophomore year. But Anderson led Division I in strikeouts. He's got a 4-pitch mix. He works really, really well. He holds his stuff deeper into games. I thought LSU overused him a bit. I know some teams were concerned about that, but ultimately, unfortunately, that's what happens to the best pitchers in college baseball. Doyle was overworked too. So if the Mariners wanted to say, we think we got the best player in the draft class, I'm not going to argue. It wasn't my 1, but he was in that group of guys who I think you can make a really cogent argument they were the best player in the draft class.
And the rest of the picks?
Oh, they were fine. No. you have specifics? Like, well, I thought they had – I mean, honestly, I would say Anderson, you get Anderson, you are – right, that is a win in and of itself. Mm-hmm. And I thought they tried to do – right, Ryan Sloan, to me, was actually the big win of last year's draft class, where, they shaved a little bit of money with the first pick and got a guy who – I think turned out to be an absolute, right? I mean, Sloan is their best pitching prospect right now. They went over on Nick Becker, who, I mean, unless you wanted to talk about someone specific.
No, let's talk Nick Becker. I kind of like, because he fits right into that same slot of all of those
way more
shortstops.
Than Hugges and Stevenson and those other guys. Because Becker, I saw Becker. He plays 2 hours from here in Jersey. And his brother is going to be the top 5 pick next year out of the University of Virginia. Becker went to I don't know who, he did some swing doctor nonsense and decided you got to pull the ball in the air, you got to launch angle. And I see a lot of kids do this. It's like, that is not who you are as a hitter. He is a guy who put the ball in play, and run and line drives to the gaps. And I saw him. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? He's swinging straight uphill at this point. And he actually got a ball pretty good the game I saw him, and it died on a warning track. And of course, it's high school baseball, two outfielders collide, he ends up running around. But it's like you might have hit that out if you had a traditional swing, but he's trying so hard to pull it in the air. And a lot of teams said the same thing. And I know from the Mariners afterwards, we saw it too. We thought he was a first rounder probably coming into the year. We saw what you saw. We think we can restore the previous swing. And you know what? If they can do that, they got a second first rounder. And again, to sort of get back to what I was saying about Anderson, if you walk away with Anderson and you get the 2024 version of Nick Becker, not that Luke Stevenson isn't a prospect or Griffin Huggis or these other guys, but it's basically two first-round talents, which is kind of what they did the year before with Cincha and Sloan. They arguably got two first-round talents, and it looks that way right now. So I could see them saying, we think that's really our draft. There's other guys I'm happy to talk about in the class, but those are the two that I think you could walk away and say that's the value of the draft.
Well, I think almost the conversation then starts to become about Scott Hunter, their director of scouting, and he's not a name we talk about all that often. I don't know him really at all.
He's a quiet guy.
Yeah.
Honestly, he is, but he's done a hell of a job there.
Well, he seems to be sort of the secret sauce here in Seattle. I mean, if you're saying they got two first-round quality picks this year, two first-round quality picks last year, the year before that was the big year, right, with Emerson and Farmelo both in the first round.
And Smith was in that draft.
Right.
So that looks like a tremendous class.
You go back and you get the fifth-round pick on Brian Wu and a fourth-round pick on Bryce Mill. Like, you're talking.
Logan Evans was an 11th rounder with an 8 ERA at Pitt, and they got him to the big leagues.
So what's the Scott Hunter story? Who is Scott Hunter, and why is he so good at this?
Well, I think the people who talk to work there for Scott, around Scott, first rave about him as a person and like a leader in terms of the way he's working with everybody and makes everybody feel involved and empowered. But also they've imitated the model of Tampa and the Dodgers and other clubs that are truly taking the truly integrated approach where there's analytics, they have video scouts, they have kids in the office who are running the data, but they have area scouts, and they also employ traditional scouting. And I know some of their scouts who I talked to this spring who were going out and seeing, like Corbin Dickerson is one of those where the data guys loved that guy. And I'm like, he can't hit anything that's not a fastball. But you know what? You want to take that guy in the 6th round? Because I know they ran him down. They cross-checked him. I know a bit more about their process because I saw the data too. He's a huge exit velocity guy, and he's a super athlete. But as the season went on, it's like, yeah, he's still, he's got a wiggle or twist or a break in it, he's going to have trouble. But you want to take that guy in the 6th round? Their process made it possible for them to agree on where was the right place to take that guy. They had all the information. They were listening to all the inputs, and they took that guy. I know people who thought Corbin Dickerson had 2nd-round tools, and they got him in the 6th round because he may not hit. He may never hit. That, to me, is the sign of a good organization across the board, and that is Hunter and that is Hollander and other people there who have everybody working together. It's how the Dodgers keep finding these guys in the 5th round, and a year later he's a top 50 prospect in baseball, and we're like, the damn Dodgers, how do they keep doing this? I'd like to say the damn Mariners, how do they keep doing this?
Yep. Alignment, very, very critical. Hey, very last thing, if we were to chat with you next Friday when the trade deadline ends, and we won't bother you again for quite some time, because a man like you. Yeah, okay, perfect. What would be a home run trade deadline for the Seattle Mariners for the final 50 games? If they could acquire X, Y, or Z, or all of that, what would be a home run for Keith Law when it comes to the Mariners in this deadline?
It's a thumper, right? It's a bat, a big bat. The bat I feel like they've kind of been looking for years. They tried with a Rosarina. I don't think that was a bad trade, but am I wrong to think that's probably still what they need? Is another guy with some pop, preferably one of those sort of guys who's a little more of a 4 or 5 hitter in the lineup. Obviously, with Raleigh, they have the big bopper or big dumper. We've said they've been looking for years, but I maybe I haven't looked closely enough at the Mariners to say, but I feel like that's probably the biggest acquisition they could make. Everything else is patching, right? There are always things you can do around the margins, like an extra fresh bullpen arm. There's no contender in the world who doesn't need that guy, but that's not insight to say that. I think with the Mariners, it's one more bat with some impact, and they do have opportunities at positions where you typically find those guys. It's not like they're like, well, we need a shortstop, but we also need a 30-homer guy. Well, yeah, so everybody wants that guy. They have the right. You can do that at the corners. When you have opportunities at the corners, you might be able to add that kind of guy. I'm also going to say this, and I know Mariners fans are probably going to scream at their radio or computer at this point. If that guy doesn't present himself, don't force it. Don't make a deal. It might be fine to get to August 1st, and they haven't made a deal because the right one didn't present itself. I know nobody wants to hear that. I remember what it was like to be a fan of a team before I got into this industry. But like you said, Brock, I think you said it earlier, it's a seller's market. One of you guys said that. And there's only a handful of sellers, and there's only a handful of real impact players who are likely to be available. So I wouldn't want any team to go out and say, if I were a fan of them, fine, we're going to trade 3 prospects because this is just the best guy available. We're going to trade 3 prospects to get Mitch Keller, 3 of our best prospects. Well, good for the Pirates, I guess. But if I were a fan of the acquiring team, I would say, yeah, you might have overpaid because that was the best that was out there.
That's fine, but if they don't do anything, then you have to come in and host this show on August 1st because I don't want to have to come in and deal with those conversations for a full day. Dude, you're the best. Thank you. Great stuff. Make sure you read Keith at The Athletic, and his draft work and prospect work is awesome, and we've been chatting with him forever, and just always value the time. So thank you, man. We always appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
My pleasure.
There you go. Keith Law, mountain of a man, mountain of a scout, mountain of a writer, and prospect envisioner. All right. Well, there's a ton to come back to there, and we've got some passing stuff from the other day. Maybe we'll do some of that at 9:30. We got to do Blue 88, Brock. Somehow.
Yeah, when are we going to do Blue 88?
Now. We're going to do it in a minute. We're going to take a break, come back, and do Blue 88 because, I mean, like, what are we doing?
I've scripted it, Salk. I've scripted Blue 88. We need to get to it, all right?
We'll do it next. I'm Brock and Salk.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulge disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again anytime of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have that new car you've been looking for. With the power of choice, drive the sleek hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month, the dependable Corolla, or the electric Prius leasing at just $309 a month. If you're headed to the ballpark or cruising I-5 from the north or the south, visit Toyota of Renton or Kirkland or shop online at toyotaofrenton.com and toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 4th, 2025. Excludes taxes, license, and negotiable $200 dealer documentation fee. See dealership for details.
O'Brien.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. The Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals presented by Wicked Fabrications. July 25th through the 27th at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 classics. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Tire smoke and burnout competition. And don't miss Good Guys Friday night vintage drags at Pacific Raceways in Kent. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
It's already been a really good day here on the show. Enjoyed talking to Julian Love earlier. That was great. Really just, introspective, cool stuff. He's a thoughtful dude, so that was cool. Love talking to Keith Law, who just cracks me up. I love Keith. And he's very sure of everything he says, and I love that about him.
Harvard guy, Northeast guy, smart guy.
Yeah, Baltimore guy, I think originally. I think he's from Maryland originally. He is a really smart guy, and I love a lot of what he had to say. It does dawn on me, and we'll get to Blue 88 here in a minute. We don't talk enough about Scott Hunter. I maybe it is because he's a quiet guy. I don't know if he's a future GM. I mean, he's in his late 40s. I think he's around our age, somewhere in that range, Brock. I don't know whether he's a future GM, but at some point, you keep drafting the way he has.
Yep.
People are going to start to ask, right? I mean,
he's not even including George Kirby and Logan Gilbert.
Well, absolutely, the guys he's hit on in the first rounds.
Right.
I mean, it's been a long time since we've looked at a Mariner first round pick and been like, yeah, they blew it. I mean, some have been better than others, obviously, but I mean, you're not talking about the old days where every first round pick, you're like, man, they blew 5, 7, 10 of these. That's just not happening. And then you start getting the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth rounders that have worked. I do wonder if there's a conversation for him coming up at some point where
and then you
teams
do
start
find a way to
sniffing around.
get 3 first-rounders, and then you do find a way through the slot and the payments to get 2 first-rounders and 2 first-rounders and 2 first-rounders, and they all pop, and they're all difference makers, and they're all young and controllable, which is why you're in the position you're in, why you're a viable team that's right here in the wild card chase and looking up at the Astros. And, oh, by the way, the Astros do a pretty good job of this, and the Dodgers do a pretty good job of this, and these teams at the top do a pretty good job of this because you have to. This is your lifeblood. Your talent and your young talent is the lifeblood in every organization. You could spend on your credit cards. You can bring in free agents. You can do all of that. And that's great.
But you got to draft
you win
and develop your
championships.
own, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Yes,
that's
you
the
do.
game. Sad news, Brock. I don't know if you saw TMZ reporting Hulk Hogan has died.
Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
71 years old. So Hulk Hogan has passed away. Obviously, Ozzy Osbourne passing away last week. I missed it, but Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away from the Cosby Show. I didn't know that. I missed that while I was gone. I think Ozzy one struck me a little bit. I know that it's not exactly surprising, and he's been sick for a while, and he's lived, what do you like to say, 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1. I mean, Ozzy's been on the verge of this for decades. The fact that he made it.
72,
2, I think it was.
But the lived is 112.
Yeah, I mean, God love Ozzy for making it as long as he did, but it was still sad. And he is such an important figure in rock history and so much great music, both with Black Sabbath. I mean, if there's one Ozzy song that we've played a lot on the show, it's probably The Wizard, because every time Russell would do his wizard-like stuff, we would play The Wizard from Black Sabbath. So I don't know. That one kind of just jumped out to me as just a thought of how
he performed just 2 weeks ago, right?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like he's sort of.
Well, that Mama I'm Coming Home.
But you know this, right? We played it a ton for us. It's a great song. There's a little harmonica at the beginning. Once you get through the harmonica part, there you go. And Ozzy worked with so many great guitarists, and Randy Rhoads and Zach Wilde. Pretty cool.
Appreciate each day,
cool
man.
career.
That promise tomorrow, so appreciate each and every day.
I think that's a really nice way of looking at it. Let's do some Blue 88s.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, well, I'm sorry I missed Jarran Reed yesterday because I do like talking to him. But I know he talked about connection and putting phones away, Brock. Kind of what we've talked about at Mariners training or Mariners spring training every year. What do you make of all that?
I think that is the secret sauce. And now, honestly, doing some of this coaching and watching even at the high school level, can you get guys to care about each other and want to be around each other? Right? When you go away to camp, are they like just flooding to their rooms, getting on their phones, separating, or do they want to be with one another? This was pretty cool. Jed Fish yesterday, the Big Ten meetings down in Vegas. And Jed, they had one more culture building day. And what did the team decide to do with that day? This is pretty cool.
They like to be around each other, and I think that's number one thing. Tonight they're having a sleepover party at the stadium. And I told the team in the team meeting, we got 1 day left. What do you guys want to do? And one culture building left. And they said, we want to all sleep over at the stadium and watch a movie on the Jumbotron, do a team run at midnight. And I'm like, all right.
They sleeping outside?
Yeah, tents.
Slumber party,
We got tents
okay.
and sleeping bags. And so I feel like that tells you the team's in a good spot.
It's one thing that translates, honestly. To all you listening out there in your different work environments. Now, some of you own your own business. Some of you work from home, so I totally get that. But if you work in an environment with people, like a community of people, you know how much different work is when you're like, gosh, looking forward to it. Like the Macho Quattro is back. I'm looking forward to Lyle and Maura and Salk and I together again. Like versus, oh gosh, I got to work with so-and-so again. And you could do that in the classroom. You can do that in a sales office. You could do that in your fire department. You can do that, right? You know the difference. And honestly, it's the one thing that does connect the professional sports leagues, in my opinion, these team environments with your work team environment. And when you get it right and guys want to be in the building, I remember when I was there with the Seahawks, Salk, some tough years. And there was fighting up above. and, cleared pictures out of the building. And it's like practice ends. I'm out. I don't want to be here. This is no fun. There's no warmth. There's no connection. I'm out. Versus the Colts, where like on Friday, which was a half day, guys still stuck around. We wanted to eat lunch together. We wanted to be with each other. The plane rides were a blast. Everybody was connected. And not a surprise that, we were on the doorstep of a Super Bowl with that team.
All right, question number 2. Obviously, the Seahawks want to be healthy, right? 100% by week 1. But who are some guys that are maybe even more important and you got your eyes on here health-wise during training camp?
I think I look at 2. It's Cooper Kupp offensively. Left go yesterday. He's done, I'm paraphrasing, but what he did in 21 will never be replicated. He's just been too beat up. And I don't know about that. Maybe not 21, but what he was in 22, can he do? I mean, he's not 40, but getting him to the starting line totally healthy so he can post and be a difference maker for you. And Cooper Kupp, I think, is pretty motivated to do so. A, he's back home. B, I think he feels a little bit of pain and jilted by the way the Rams handled him at the end. Not too different than Jared Goff when the way they handled him and sent him to Detroit. And he's been pretty good. So I think Cooper Kupp offensively. And then here was Ernest Jones yesterday with Wyman and Bob talking about what he played through a season ago.
I moves every day. For the past 2 years, I've been dealing with that torn meniscus in that knee. Never really got it cleaned out. So I think for me, it was just the day-to-day grind, knowing that I had to go out there. I got teammates that depend on me, got a family depend on me. And mentally, when you think like that, you can overcome anything. So, I think the knee was definitely bothering me, hindering me. There was, some games where I couldn't play my best. But, now I'm excited about what Ernest Jones looks like with feeling good.
I like third-person linebacker references. I'm down with that. I can live with that. Hopefully the elbow's healthy, too. Remember the big elbow brace he's worn? And now that makes a little sense from his explosiveness he talked about, his twitchiness being gone with that meniscus. Give me a healthy Ernest Jones right in the middle. Give me a healthy Cooper Kupp right in the middle. You got a much better Seahawks football team.
All right, question number 3. I mentioned it earlier, Brock, but what's the big buzzword we're going to hear from everybody this year?
Intent. Just the intent beyond and behind everything we do. I will say this too, maybe right there alongside of it, on a deeper level, we'll have to peel it back a little bit, that word vulnerability. You said that about Mike McDonald last year, Salk. It just struck you right away. That a rookie head coach, a first-timer in his 30s, following in the footsteps of Pete Carroll can be vulnerable? How can you be vulnerable as a defensive mind? And he was, because he's real. And I think you're going to hear intent and vulnerability an awful lot this training camp.
Great stuff. Sorry for the late Blue 88, but
better late than never.
I know, and that time slot seems to work pretty well for the Seahawks right now during training camp. So we may have some other 7:45 interviews. Regardless, great stuff as always, Brock. And normally we do Blue 88 every morning at 7:45. I do want to come back to some of the trade deadline conversation, both from Keith and then from Jeff Passan from earlier in the week and Jordan Schusterman. So we'll do that coming up at 9:30. Before we get there, let's give you everything you need to know. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
It's one of the most pivotal stretches for the Mariners this season, with just 7 days till the trade deadline.
Mariners plan for the trade deadline.
Obviously, the biggest question, and our buddy Jeff Passan, who are the best bats available? It's Gino and it's Naylor.
It would make this team right there with every other team that has World Series aspirations.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, they like to say, and the late great friend used to say, deadline spur action. Make today your deadline. If you've been putting this off, like, gosh, I don't want to deal with my insurance. I know my annual's coming up here, and I'm looking at my premiums going up. I'm frustrated. I'm stressed. I'm confused. Well, then make today the deadline to say, you know what, I'm going to do it finally. I'm going to go reach out to First Mark Insurance. I'm going to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge, like I've told you about for a long time now, and many of my friends and family have taken. Just do it. And more than likely, one of two things is going to happen. A, they're going to tell you, you got a great deal. You're with the right carrier, doing the right thing, or they're going to say more than likely we can save you a lot of money and get you better coverage. Here's how they do it. They go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for years and years. They've got connective tissue that you and I just frankly don't. And because of it, they find you the best fit and they find a way to save you money. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this world of insurance. So please don't wait a day longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. And you might be that next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows manufactured right here in Washington and specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. These are the windows you want. They look absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and they're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They also come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. These windows last up to 60 years. Harley Exteriors is making these windows affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
This summer, the perfect night out is under the stars at LeMay, America's Car Museum drive-in movies. Enjoy classic films and make memories. Catch the Transformers on July 27th. Space is limited. Reserve now at americascarmuseum.org.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
G. Scott here to talk about Sunbucks, a SNAP program that provides free, healthy food when school is out. If you could use the help, simply fill out the form online to determine eligibility for $120 of free food per child. If families had cards last year, they have been replenished. If families need new cards, they can call the Sunbucks call center. This message is presented by Safeway, where customers can use SNAP to save on produce and shop online. Visit hungerfreewa.org/summer EBT.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It, really it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's good to see the Seahawks back out at practice yesterday, and they'll be out there again today. Training camp now underway, and I'm looking forward to getting out there and just seeing it and taking it in. And, you know, last time I went and got myself in trouble the next day by saying Sam Darnold didn't look that good. So I hope he goes out and is unbelievably dominant today, Brock, so I don't have to ask the coach any crazy questions afterwards. In the meantime, he's pretty happy about the way the camp is going, and he thinks this could be a very good football team.
Our expectations can't be any higher than what we expect from ourselves. I mean, like, bring it on, you know? I mean, yeah, we want to win the championship. But in order to do that, we have to become a championship team. We have to become the team that we're trying to be. We have a vision for our team of who we want to be, and we believe that vision is a team that the 12s are going to be really proud of. But it takes time. You know, we got to put it together. We got to do all the work. We got to do all the meetings. We got to do all the reps. We got to make those tough decisions. I mean, there's so many things that need to happen between now and when we kick it off. But that's why just every day is so critical. You can't skip steps.
What kind of team would the 12s be most proud of? I think it's a team that is just violent and physical. We played some sound the other day, Salk, of Brock Bowers, of all people, saying if he was not a Georgia Bulldog, he'd have been a Washington Husky. He was going to be part of that group with Roma Dunze and Jalen McMillan and all of those guys. And that was on Bussin' with the Boys. And then Will Compton and the other dude were like, yeah, man, there's something about the Northwest, isn't there? Just something about how much they love football. Like, they just got those fans up there. Seahawks, Huskies are just so passionate about it. And a team that truly make proud the 12s, I think, honestly, is a team that's built in the image of the way Mike wants to do it. Play great defense, suffocating defense, dominant defense, and then pound the football. And just run right through people and have that will and that ability.
Fans in football, any physical sport, want their teams to be physical. I mean, there's no secret. That's what the Kraken are going to try to do this year, right?
That's why they signed back Capo.
I mean, he is a physical big dude. I mean, yes, it is part of why they signed back Capo.
And Lindstrom. Yes.
I mean, like, they're looking for some guys that are going to come in and be physical. Are they great? No, they're probably not going to be great this year because they don't have enough talent to be. But if you can't be great, at least, like, show that fighting spirit. I don't know whether the Seahawks are going to win a Super Bowl this year. I don't think that's in the cards for them right now. But I like that they're shooting high, and I do agree. Like, be physical, run the ball, do the things that you say you want to be great at, and I think you'll at the very least earn everybody's respect, and that running piece is big for them.
Run off the rock, man. Yeah, I mean, we want to play our style of ball, let the O-line do their thing, get Sam on the move, separate the defense, all those things. I mean, just it's fun to watch us. It's fun to watch these guys put it together and how they drill it. To go from individual to group, how it all fits together, all the rules. It's really exciting.
Yeah, it is. And looking forward to seeing them kind of really build stuff off that running game this year.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
3-3, not ideal for the Mariners, and certainly dropping 2 out of 3 to Milwaukee can be a wake-up call when you realize just how good that team is. But I don't want to read too much into any of these series. Because then you read too much into getting swept by the Yankees. Then you read too much into sweeping the Tigers. You realize that the Pirates just swept the Tigers right after being swept by the White Sox. It's a topsy-turvy league, man. This year has just been crazy. And more than ever, you just can't judge any team based on a small sample size. The Mariners right now are 5 games back, or 6 games back in the division. They are tied for the second and third wild card with the Red Sox, game and a half up on Texas and on Tampa. And I think the only challenge is as you look at all of that, because they are right in the thick of it and they're in every position to buy. The question is just simply, why is their run differential a little lower or a lot lower than a lot of those other teams you're talking about? And what can you do to get that up? Because, getting beat 32-19 in the 3-game series, or rather in the 6-game homestand, you're lucky to go 3-3. That's not sustainable. Getting outscored 32-19.
How about these last 12 games? Right, the Yankees, the Tigers. We talked about this little gauntlet right here now, as difficult as it gets. Right, at New York, at Detroit, home to Houston, home to Milwaukee, and you go 6-6. I mean, I think that's kind of who and what you are now. It was a wild ride. It was getting swept, and then it was sweeping.
It was
taking
shut
2 or 3
out, and then it
losing
was
2 or 3.
scoring 27 runs. Like
That's right. Pretty wild ride. And everything that I have gleaned, and I know we'll talk about this in more depth and play other sound, and even talking to folks there with the Mariners, Salk, they're going to be active. There's no question about that. The phones already are super, super active. They know that they've got to add to this team, and they've got to add to the overall talent and group. How that gets done, what that looks like, what surprises, what big swings. I mean, there's going to be some action, and it's going to all happen here over the next 7 days.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We've been talking about the trade deadline throughout, and we're going to spend a lot more time on it here towards the end of the show in the last half hour. So I won't go too much deeper into that, but obviously we're just a week away from the trade deadline, so getting awfully close, Brock, to figuring out and finding out what it is this team is actually able to and going to do at the deadline. The only other story that kind of pops out to me today is that Bobby Wagner became a minority owner of the Storm. How cool is this? Here's what Bobby had to say.
Yeah, so I'm a minority owner of the Storm. I'm really excited to be a part of the W and the WNBA. I think it's a great time. I think, I've always watched them from afar, being in Seattle. And so I'm really excited to be able to be a part of the growth and, stay connected to a community that I still love.
And he makes home. Saw him at a Husky practice last spring, and, Seattle's home. Bounce around other spots, going to finish there in Washington, but his roots he has made here in the Pacific Northwest, and kind of joining Mahomes and a lot of these guys, Salk, that are investing in these pro sports franchises, whether that's the NBA, the WNBA, MLS, and it's been a pretty good investment over the years.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Matt in Oregon texts in and said, I wish I was watching the video stream so I could have seen Salk's face when Brock said those fans really care about Husky football. I don't think I reacted. I didn't give you a face, did I?
They do.
I don't know. You started talking about Husky football. I stopped listening. So I don't know what you're talking about.
They've just only been in the national title game and the national semifinals the last 7-8 years. Just not relevant.
In one ear, out the other.
Yeah, not relevant, I guess. Just,
in one ear, out the other.
Second Heisman Trophy.
Yeah. No, I was doing
relevant.
PWHL interviews this morning, man. I don't have time for Husky football. All right. We are 1 week away from the trade deadline, Brock. 1 week from today, it comes to an end. According to Keith Law, if the Mariners do nothing, it might not be a problem. How would you feel coming in Friday morning, August 1st, if that's the case? That and more next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I'll start with the biggest storyline. I mean, it's Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Sam. When you get into training camp, this is when you really make this thing yours. And I compared it to like religion. Like, you just got to have faith, dog. Like, that's the only way. You can feel it sometimes, depending on what you believe in. You can see it sometimes, but you don't really know. You got to have faith.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we are so into summer. We're getting close to August. Man, how about that? So you know what's going on, right? All the weekend trips, the vacations like I took the last couple of days down in Vegas, kids out of school, right? You're driving all around, so you're busy. Don't let that be an excuse, though. You're not too busy. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can make losing weight so easy for you. You won't even feel like you're adding something to your life. Instead, you're going to be subtracting a lot of weight, like the 35 pounds I lost, like the 30 pounds Ryan Roland Smith lost. Like the listener texted in a couple weeks ago and is down 42 pounds with more to go. Yeah, summer's the perfect time to do it. You will have more energy. You're not going to feel hungry during the program because of the way it's structured. I know, it seems surprising that you could lose weight without being hungry, but it really does work. It's so effective. It's why Dr. Coogan has been successful with over 4,000 local people delivering those results. So be the next. Schedule that 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic by going to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have that new car you've been looking for. With the power of choice, drive the sleek hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month, the dependable Corolla, or the electric Prius leasing at just $309 a month. If you're headed to the ballpark or cruising I-5 from the north or the south, visit Toyota of Renton or Kirkland or shop online at toyotaofrenton.com and toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 4th, 2025. Excludes taxes, license, and negotiable $200 dealer documentation fee. See dealership for details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
So why don't you speed?
I've had one too many close calls on the road, and then I learned the facts.
It's dangerous to drive too fast.
It's true. 1 in 3 fatal crashes involve speeding.
Most people try to be safe, but speeding is dangerous.
You know, the faster you go, the longer it takes to stop.
The faster you drive, the harder you'd hit someone. Slower speeds save lives.
Please drive the speed limit so everyone is safe. Learn more at togetherwegetthere.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
1 week, Brock, 1 week from the trade deadline. And I did appreciate Keith Law talking about how, he remembered being a fan and remembered what it was like when your team doesn't do all that you wanted to do at the deadline, but also trying to say at the same time, like, hey, if they don't do anything, it would be fine. Yeah, I'm going to stick.
Salk, sometimes the best deal is a deal you don't do.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with what I said is, hey, if that's the case, you can come in here and host the damn show next Friday morning because I don't want to have to do it. Because people, I think, would be rightfully angry. Here's why that's not an option for me if I'm the Mariners. You can't do as little as they did in the offseason. Say that, the trade deadline is a big part of your team building strategy and then sit it out. I mean, it's the unfortunate reality of the quiet off season is they still have some holes that need to be plugged. And it's okay to not plug them early. It's okay to see what develops. It's okay to leave a spot open in your lineup and try to see if some of the young guys can fill it and if somebody steps up into it. And you know what? That may have happened at second base. Mm-hmm. Like Cole Young may have done enough. I don't know. We'll see. He's still got 2 months to go. And if you want to upgrade the position, you can. But, he may have stepped up into that second base job the way they hoped he would after a little bit of time at AAA. And maybe that's your second baseman for the next, 6-7 years.
Yeah.
But at third base, I love Williamson's defense. That's not that's a spot where you can get more offense and where this team still needs more offense. First base is still a spot where you can get more offense. Right field, yes, I love what Canzone's done. Maybe it's real, but it's certainly a spot where you could add more offense, and you're still carrying Solano and Dylan Moore and some guys that just unfortunately aren't delivering a lot. Could Williamson stick around on this team if you trade for Willie Castro and, dump Dylan Moore? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, there is still room for him to do something like that. So
I think there's two things at play here, Salk, where Keith Law can say that from afar, and we talk about this, right? I mean, his insights on these draft guys and farm prospects are off the chart. His connection to not just this fan base and fanaticism, but just the everyday, every pitch, every game, every inning emotion that we have is just different. And Jeff Passan said this, others have said this, and it's right. If you're not going to go for it now, then when? Now is the market where there's not a dominant team. Now is the time where Houston is battered and injured. Now is the time that you have got such a rich farm system of resources there. So I can understand not doing a deal because the best deal is sometimes a deal you don't do. But when the market and your own equity in your own business is at a place where you got to pull the trigger, and you got to make it happen.
Yeah, no, that doesn't mean you've got to overpay or you got to go crazy. And I do think
it may mean you overpay.
Yes, but you don't have to go crazy. And there does need to be a limit. And if I know anything about this Mariner organization, it's that they've really tried to focus their trade acquisitions on players with more than 2 months of control. Mm-hmm. They're very uncomfortable overspending on a rental versus overspending on, some of the other types of names we've talked about that would be part of your future for the next few years, whether that's a reliever like a Griffin Jacks, whose name has come up a lot, whether that be, we talked briefly about the names like Matt Olson that aren't going to get traded, but okay, fine. That's when you really are pretty willing to overpay. It does because I like the way Keith kind of phrased the idea of a rental because it does. How much do you want to give up for a player to help you for only 2 months? Here's how the way he phrased it, I thought was nice.
I ain't trading Cole Emerson. I'm probably not trading him at all, but I'm certainly not trading him for a rental. Would I trade someone lower down and a Laz Montez, a Johnny Farmelo? I'd be more open to, at least. The further down you go, right, the more willing you are to give up somebody in terms of a rental, in a trade for a rental. But to me, the rental, you have to strongly believe that player is a difference maker for the final 3 months, for August, September, to push you into the playoffs, and then someone who is going to be able to play a significant role for you in October, whether it's a pitcher who's going to start one of the first 3 games of any playoff series or a position player who slots immediately into the lineup and plays every day. I'm not giving up a prospect of that caliber for a rental reliever. I don't care who it is. You're going to get 20 innings out of the guy. I know teams do that. They do it every year. I just could not make that math possibly work.
I think the way he phrases that of hey, that player's got to help you get in, and then they've got to play a role once you get in. I think it's fair to say that Eugenio Suarez is that, right? I mean, it's why so much of the focus has been on Gino and the fact that you know who he is in the clubhouse, you know what he brings, he's familiar, he's had success here. It's funny because they gave him away. As a salary dump.
And then they almost got him back.
Not even a year later when he was likely to be cut.
Yep.
But the only challenge with Gino is that there's so much up and down. And if you get hot Gino, like we've had for the last year, you get a guy who's right there among the league leaders in home runs. And if you get cold Gino, he is a strikeout machine waiting to happen.
Yes, he is.
And what are you going to get in just 2 months?
Yeah, so I'm not overspending on Gino. Kind of like the draft, Salk, where you can slot and you can overpay. And the Mariners have, found a way to be so creative in their acquisition during that draft and done such a phenomenal job, as we talked about earlier. I'll tell you, man, as we get closer, this is crystallizing for me. I'm overspending on Josh Naylor. Jeff Passan had him as the number one fit for the Mariners. I'm going to, if it means overspending a little bit for that rental, I'm doing that because he is that thump of an at-bat that can hit a home run at any time late in the games. He is a tremendous difficult at-bat. He's unbelievable against righties. I know the OPS dips against lefties. The dude has been there before. I don't think the heart rate picks up. Like he would be the one I overspend on.
Pretty funny. I don't know that he has quite the same locker room presence as Gino would have.
No, he would not.
Yeah.
No, he would absolutely not. But I don't think he would be cold for 2 months, which Gino could be.
That's true. There's a little more risk in Gino, but there's more upside as well. And third base is a better fit right now than first base. The way the roster, I don't know, the lefty thing for Naylor, he doesn't hit lefties real well. Like there's still some questions there. I'm not saying I don't like the deal. Like, look, they get Josh Naylor. I'd be really happy. And you're right. And so many of the things you just mentioned, he's a great fit for them. I'd feel so much better if he was right-handed. It would really.
Yes. Well, Ryan O'Hearn.
That's hard for me to do right now, man. He just has not been good. That's why I've come back to Willie Castro a lot, because he's not perfect. He's not ideal, but he does. If you're looking for a rental, he checks a lot of those boxes. He's got the flexibility in terms of where he can play, the versatility. He's having a good year. He's always been an average hitter. And by the way, an average hitter is significantly better than what Ben Williamson has been this year. An average hitter is he's an 100 WRC plus OPS plus kind of guy every year. And this year it's a lot more than that. This year it's like 117, or was last week when I looked at it. That's a pretty big upgrade from Ben Williamson. You know what his OPS plus is right now today?
Benny?
Yeah, again, remember Ben Williamson. Remember, 100 is going to be league average.
Because he hits for no power and he doesn't walk a lot. I'm going to guess it's like in the 80s.
I think it is. Yeah, I'm just pulling it up now while we're talking. But yeah, it's 82.
Yep.
You're talking about nearly a 40-point jump in the type of hitter. Like, that's a big difference.
So you have said before, maybe it's just being nice publicly, but you've said before, and at times, some of my baseball instincts over these 17 years have grown. I'll tell you this.
They're excellent.
I was spending some tub time last night looking at things. It was an early game for the Mariners, so I had some extended tub time. And I'll tell you right now, a team that no one is seemingly talking about that might be the most dangerous in this whole market is the Texas Rangers. Do you know that Texas has allowed 99 less runs than you? Number one in baseball, the whole league, with just over 3.4 runs a game allowed as an entire group. 353 runs allowed. You've allowed 452 or something. 99 less runs than you.
Fewer.
They are pitching. Evaldi's pitching. DeGrom is pitching. They are pitching. And in this little market,
better run differential than you do by 45 runs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Largely because of pitching. If we trumpet, and rightfully so, pitching, man, get Logan back like 2 nights ago, right? Luis at home and now, Woo and Kirby. Texas has the same thing, and they've actually done it much more consistently all season long. And they have shown in the past that they will go for it, that they will spend. And if they get Josh Naylor at first base in their lineup, or third base with that is a team. Just when you're like, Tampa's kind of falling off. Boston's got their choppy. This wild card is for. Be real careful, because that team is a game and a half behind you, and that is it. And they've got pitching. Have had pitching in ways that, as good as you are in that realm, they've been that much more dominant.
No, they've been. I think that's really well said, and you're absolutely right about it. Would it cost to get Eugenio Suarez just to come back to that side of it? Here's what Passan told you earlier in the week.
I think the biggest issue is going to be that as much as the Mariners could use a third baseman, they also could use a first baseman, right? And they also could use a little bit of bullpen help. And I think the New York Yankees probably need a Eugenio Suarez more than the Mariners do. Now, the Yankees do not have the farm system that the Mariners do. And the Yankees have a need for starting pitching in the big leagues right now, where a guy like Cam Schlittler, who, 6'8", up to 99, absolute monster, they probably in other years might be more willing to move him for someone like Suarez. But now the Diamondbacks are going to be looking for pitching.
Well, I got this text a few minutes ago. I thought you'd like this from the 509. Did you guys read this idiotic article by Jim Bowden? He said the Mariners would need to include both Michael Arroyo and Ryan Sloan to get a Suarez deal done. They're both in Keith Law's top 65. Meanwhile, the Yankees could acquire him for no top 100 prospects. The two names he suggests are the Yankees' 11th and 28th ranked prospects in their system. Talk about East Coast bias. I don't even think it's East Coast bias, Jim Bowden. I think he's just clueless, but whatever. I mean, that's... I don't even really know what to say to that. The idea that you would need to trade both Arroyo and Sloan to get, they wouldn't do that. There's no way they would do that for a rental. And that's where I would go back to the Keith Law thing. They shouldn't. That's dumb. You can't make a deal at all costs. You can overpay, but you still have to have, some semblance of an understanding of what your guys are worth.
For you P1s out there that have been around for a long time with Brock and Salk, if you were like Lyle and you grew up listening to the Brock and Salk show years and years ago, you would know that the trade deadline was Salk's favorite day on the calendar. That is a baseball guy and coming out of, his previous career and covering the Red Sox and everything else that baseball trade deadline was in the 90s and even into the 2000s. It was your favorite day of the year. We're 7 days from it. You would also know over those years, Salky's done a great job of gaining connection with the Mariners organization and people there and getting behind the scenes access and information and intel, right? During, through, after the trade deadline, Salk. And how many times would you say, if we went back to the tape through many of these years, you would say, well, they just didn't match up. Yep. They wanted to do the deal, but, unfortunately, the Mariners just couldn't match it up. They couldn't match that deal. They couldn't match that deal. They couldn't match that deal. There is not a deal. Am I wrong? There is not a deal, if you want to get a deal done, that the Mariners could not do. Is that fair to say? You have Major League pitching and Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock.
Fair-ish.
You have Double-A pitching with a former first-rounder in your system in Durangelo. You've got young pitching in Sloan that everybody loves. You've got positional players at just about every position.
I think you're saying it the right way. The only thing, yes. Ultimately, your point is very well taken, and yes, I would agree. And we've talked about it. This is why they did the rebuild, because you didn't have enough in your system to truly augment what you had done at the major league level at the deadline and the offseason through depth. You didn't have the system that could have brought up Ben Williamson and Dom Canzone and Cole Young and Logan Evans and all of those guys to be contributors this year.
Eight of them.
You didn't have the system that could do that and could still make big moves at the deadline without touching any of the guys we just mentioned.
Yes.
And then we haven't talked about Locklear or Ford or some of the guys at AAA. They're stacked at every level and they have contributors. They couldn't have one of those two things, let alone two or three. Yeah. So in that way, totally different version of the trade deadline for them than it was.
Yes.
That doesn't mean you're going to match up with everybody. Hey, I'd like to trade Harry Ford. Cool, I got a catcher. Hey, I'd like to trade cool, I don't need that. So can they match up with anyone? I don't know that. I think that's a tough thing to say broadly, but do they have the horses to go get something done? Yes, absolutely, 100%. They know that, which is why they've left themselves this possibility. But you got to do it. There is some pressure on both Jerry and Justin, I think, to get something done here. And if there's not, there should be. They left, and they know it. They left this part of the off season till now. That's fine. You can put it off. You're right there with everybody else. You're in a playoff position. You're not even out of it in the AL West. But you've got to finish the deal. You've got to go out and get whatever else you weren't able to acquire earlier and get it soon.
You know what's crazy? I know we just had the All-Star game, right? I know that is for some reason the halfway point or whatever. No, it's not.
No.
There's 60 games left.
Right.
After this series in Anaheim for 4 and Oakland for 3, there will be 53 games left.
Yeah, the season doesn't go into October this year. They started a little early.
2/3 of the way over by the time you're out of Sacramento. So you're in the final third of this thing where there's like that sense of urgency, and the time is now. The games are now, right? This 5 games, 6 games back, and a game and a half up in the wild card. That is now, and that can change in one series significantly. And time is truly of the essence.
I think that's why Passan was saying this this week.
Reason number one, because it is a wide open landscape in Major League Baseball. There is no dominant team. And if you can put yourself in the position where you get one of those golden tickets to get into October, and you have the starting pitching and you have the bats, then you can win a World Series. I firmly believe the Seattle Mariners can win a World Series this year.
That's a big statement, right? And that's why he says this is such a huge 7-day stretch now left for Jerry and for Justin. I'll ask a question that again, we sort of talked about it last week with Jason Churchill and Shannon. Do they have the starting pitching? Mm-hmm. Some days I want to say absolutely, and then other days you're like, geez, it just doesn't look like it. Do they have the starting pitching?
Those numbers that I just read off to you, now some of that's obviously the bullpen as well. But, you're not where you have been over the previous couple years. You were the Texas Rangers. You were the top of the runs allowed, right? You were that group, and that's not been this year. And obviously injuries have been a big, big part of that. And we're still waiting on Bryce Miller, who tomorrow will throw another live BP and simulated game at home. And, came out of the first one, I think, really good, Salk. And he's a big X factor here in these final 60 games as well. Can you build him back up? Can you get him back up for, late August and into September? So it's just all fascinating. But bottom line, you've heard the same thing that I've heard, and that is we are going to elevate this roster. We are going to elevate the talent on this roster.
But the way they do that may be different from the way fans have assumed that it'll be done.
And you know what? It will likely be different because they are unconventional in what they do.
Well, and because when you have fans saying what the 253 says, if the Mariners were serious about Suarez, they would have done it already. Like, no, that's just not true. And if Arizona, and who pointed this out? It might have been... I don't know. I forget, and I'm sorry, I'm not attributing, but it was a great thought. Hey, if the Diamondbacks know they've got the belle of the ball, and everybody wants Eugenio Suarez, and the Yankees are in on it, and the Tigers are in on it, and the Cubs are in on it, the Mariners are in on it, they could wait until the last minute.
They will wait.
Well, maybe. They'll wait and wait and wait, but eventually those teams know, like, there is a deadline, and if they're not going to win the battle, they need to go turn their attention somewhere else. So at some point, those teams may also start to drop off, right? If the Yankees don't feel like they're going to get it and say, screw it, we've got to go somewhere else, and they go to get Willie Castro, and then, the Cubs are like, yeah, we're not going to get, okay, fine, then we're going to go get Ryan McMahon, and so they can overplay their hand. So there may be a time, like, that's what makes a trade deadline so cool.
So cool.
I love it. God, I had a moment this week, Brock, where I was walking with Heather just yesterday. So we're down in Vegas, and we were staying at Cosmo. We walked up to the Venetian, which is a nice little walk, just because we wanted to, we actually wanted
Indoors
to get
or outdoors?
Outdoors. We did the outdoor walk, but you kind of walk through some air-conditioned spots. Like, it's fun. And we wanted to get those giant milkshakes that they have at a place at the Venetian. I mean, when I say giant...
Did you say milkshakes plural?
Well, we got one that we split, but they have many different types of milkshakes. They're gigantic. Anyway, we started talking about baseball, and for whatever reason, we were talking about tunneling. I'm sort of explaining modern baseball with the tunneling and the, how the slider and the two-seamer really work together, and... I don't even know what got us into it. She was asking about sliders, and somehow it just sort of got us on this long tangent. And I realized as I was sort of explaining it to her, because she doesn't follow it closely, just how much I love baseball. I'm just like, it's just so cool here. And it is more complicated and takes a deeper level of thought. I don't mean a smarter person, just a little more time spent, because just watching it without it, I think you miss more than you do with football or with some of the other sports, basketball. Not to say that your football watching can't be enhanced by understanding the plays and what they're trying to accomplish, but I think it's pretty easy to just watch football and know they're trying to get a first down, and if they get it, great, and if they don't, fine. I think baseball is so greatly enhanced by trying to understand the team building and trying to think through what they're trying, the strategy of the pitcher and the hit. I just love the game, man.
Well, it's got a lot more
do.
dominoes, Salky, that, this falls this way, this falls that way, this game, every single night, you've got to manage this it just is, it's never ending in its drama and its storyline. I'll say it too, and it could never happen, and it will never happen, but could you imagine if they could, maybe even starting today or starting earlier, you'd have to start it after the All-Star game. That's when the phones lit up and our lit up all over baseball with all these different teams. Could you imagine if you had like a Hard Knocks style mic'd up on Jerry DiPoto's phone, on Justin Hollander's phone, in their car, camera on them?
All that for years I've pitched this.
Unbelievable.
This has been my pitch. I'm not a writer, but I would find a way to write a book if somebody would let me follow them around at the trade deadline, because I think it would make a great book.
Unbelievable.
And the answer I've always gotten is, we'd be happy to do it, but it's not fair to the teams that we'd be talking to.
Right.
And I've asked any number of people about it, because I think it's I would love to be told this story. And if I couldn't do the writing, fine, they'll let Jeff Passan do it or somebody else. But it's just that the answer is always, we'd feels too bad, or we'd have to tell every guy we're talking to, every team we're talking to, hey, just so you know.
I'm mic'd up.
Right, I'm mic'd up. Yeah, you would have to tell them, hey, that we've got a writer here who we trust, but we don't know if you would trust them. And so it'll probably never happen, but it's too bad, because I think it would be fascinating. And you would see some of the, like Kansas City saying like, hey, we'll give you Whit Merrifield for 2 months. Can we have Kelnick or Julio?
Right.
No. Right. Like, well, why didn't you get Whit Merrifield done? Because we didn't want to give up Julio. Like,
well, could we have given up Kelnick?
In retrospect, but you understand the point. Yes. I mean, like, it is a complicated time of year, and that's what makes it so much fun. All right, I'm going to try to get over to practice today and watch a little training camp. Looking forward to that. Maura, you're not going back today, are you?
No.
Okay, I'll be there by myself. That's
Sorry.
fine. That's okay. Bub and Stacey are there. I'll hang with them.
I think the Macho Quattro will all be back tomorrow. Lyle, you'll be here tomorrow?
As far as I know.
Are you here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. 2 days in a row for the four of us? Kind of exciting. The pack's back together. Yes. All right, I got to get out of here. We all do. Stick around for Bump and Stacy. They're over at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, getting ready for practice. Stick around for them. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And until then, the Hay
Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I'll start with the biggest storyline. I mean, it's Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Sam. When you get into training camp, this is when you really make this thing yours. And I compared it to like religion. Like, you just got to have faith, dog. Like, that's the only way. You can feel it sometimes, depending on what you believe in. You can see it sometimes, but you don't really know. You got to have faith.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Bump here letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is happening now at West Hills Ford, where you can get the 2024 F-150 Super Crew 4-wheel drive at $14,982 off MSRP on approved credit. West Hills Ford, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the Fender Midway. A free family fun zone, great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners open a series against the Angels today. 5:30 p.m. pregame show, 6:38 p.m. first pitch right here on Seattle Sports. We are 7 days away